We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hi everyone, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. It's combining two of my favourite things, which are sewing and designing. I live in London at the moment, but I'm originally from Staffordshire. So I think I've got a combination of two really great things. So London's really diverse and lots of different cultural impacts, and then Staffordshire is very rural, so there's a lot of country influence in what I do. My grandma first taught me to sew when I was in my early teens. She was a dressmaker and she was always sewing and taking in orders from different people. And I think I got my initial love of sewing from her. I started making my clothes because I couldn't find anything that was fashionable, so I created my own fashion. Bit dubious at times probably. I remember once I bought some really lovely, as I thought, heavy brocade material. I created a pencil skirt, thought that was fabulous. It turned out to be curtaining. And I got quite a lot of stick from that. But you know, in my defence, I was a new romantic and I think I was just fashion forward. I have done a lot of teaching and coaching and mentoring in sewing in my career. And I would think that probably the best tip that I can give to people, because all age groups have various challenges, but the best tip is to be kind and good to yourself and don't worry about if you make mistakes, because you've always got your seam ripper to hand. I'm really looking forward to my shows with Sewing Street and helping you have some hints and tips and knowledge, so I look forward to seeing you soon.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street on this lovely Monday morning. Gosh, it was cold this morning. That's the first time, actually, I've had to scrape the frost off my car. It's absolutely freezing. I was glad I had my super thick crochet cardigan on this morning. Anyway, lovely there. I bet it's glorious now the sun's come up. Lovely frosty morning. So today on Sewing Street, we have got number 11 of Bird of the Month. So if you've been with me since January when we launched the Wren, we are now on November. Now, I have swapped it about a bit, and I did say that last month, that December's Bird of the Month is actually the Robin, but I've done it in November because I wanted to make it into a Christmas table runner. Shall I show you? Shall I pick it up? Look at that. So, because I wanted to make a Christmas table runner with the, and obviously with the Robin, he's gone into November, even though he was the December bird. So at 10 o'clock, the Bird of the Month is coming up. I'm going to show you how to make this table runner. It's made of quite a simple, it's called the double star table runner. It's made from a really simple double star panel. And what you can do is make more blocks and make it as long as you want. We've also got kits, which, because it's just some of our plain and spot fabric. So we've got some kits to make the whole runner, as well as the panels and all of the instructions. Anyway, that's the December Bird of the Month with the double star table runner that will be coming up at 10 o'clock. But first, early bird, These are all on pre-order, by the way, if you want to get them before we go on, because they're always so popular. They're always the birds. You love the birds. They are all on pre-order if you want to get ahead. But if you're thinking about Christmas makes, we have got fantastic early bird, which features birds. It's a bit of a bird day, isn't it? It's the bird day, although it looks like snowmen. So let me lay it out so you can see this one. So this is normally this panel. Let me move the other panel. I have to go on the chair. This is normally £12.99. So this panel makes an advent calendar. And look, across the top, you've got the whole family of snowmen. Aren't they gorgeous? Look at the little scarf. That one's got a very nice Pharaoh scarf. Love that. The price is about to crash, so I'll let you know in a minute. Look at that. So normally it's £12.99. I'm going to show you how it works in a minute. But today, £6.99 to make your very own heirloom advent calendar. And now, luckily, all the instructions are printed on the side. It's ever so simple. But what you do for each number, there's no sort of the cutting out. It's got little lines on, and it shows you that you pick it up at the lines. Obviously, you do this with an iron, so you've got this nice and level. And then you sew across the top, and then you put it on there. And then you sew down the sides and across the bottom, and down there. It's all the instructions there. Then you've got your own little pockets. So you do that with each one, and the little fold lines to tell you where to start and finish are all on there. So you just simply, like this, I'll do another one, folding, you just got to get the right fold lines, there we go, up. And then you can put little gifts in the pockets, but it's so cute because each, and that's what it ends up looking like. Oh, I'm trying to move it all in one go. So all of the little pockets have got bird houses and birds and candy canes. I love the wreath on that one, like a door. You've also got labels on there. It talks to you in the instructions about how to quilt it and how to finish it and how to bind it. So that's fantastic, isn't it? It's Northcott Studio as well. If you've ever bought any of the Northcott Studio panels, you'll know they're really good quality. The fabric feels beautiful. It's very, very soft. And it's just lovely, isn't it? That's your real heirloom, but a very, very quick make. Some of the printed advent calendars, you have to cut out the squares and then back them and put them on. But this is just folding. It's obviously, if you iron it, you'll get a straighter line, but very simple to do. Anyway, £6.99. That's a really super quick advent calendar to make, isn't it? So that's our number one early bird. We have another early bird, which is also a bird. It's Birdie Day. Completely different. This is not an advent calendar. This is a panel with cockerels. This is the cockerel panel. Aren't they gorgeous? So on the background, you've got beautiful, it's like an ivory, almost like that kind of tea wash type of print with script all over it. And then you've got these individual panels with cockerels, white ones and black ones. I love the scrolling pattern on them. Now, you could use this as it is, make it into a wall hanging, you could cut it up, you could cut out the individual squares, put a board around them, turn them into cushions. You'd have 8 cushions then, wouldn't you? Or you could make one big cushion from 4 of them. You could use them little table mats, little sort of mug, the bigger mug back kind of things. You could make them into tote bags. Take the panels out, and so if you use something like a plain calico as the borders, so many different things you could do with these. They'd look nice as in the kitchen pot holder. Put one on as a pocket on an apron. Gorgeous. Anyway, so the price today, Le Poulet panel, is £5.99. That's an amazing price, isn't it? So for our bird day, we've now got. Yeah, they should have called it Bird Day, shouldn't they? Although we have got, I don't think we've got bird fabric. We've got some great new fabric coming up in a minute, but it's not birds. So for the 2 early birds, those are fantastic discounts for you, aren't they? £5.99. And it's lovely. So it's half a metre long, this panel, but it is your full sort of 140, 112, 140, 44 inches width. Le Poulet, £5.99. So pop it in your basket and don't forget to check out, because they will be flying out quarter of the stock is already in the baskets, ready to be checked out. So don't forget to check out. So, yeah, actually, that's a really good discount because the postage and packing is $3.95. So you're sort of covered, really, aren't you? Coming up today on Sewing Street on the bird day, which isn't really. 8 o'clock is Fabulous Fabrics. We've got 2 brand new fabric ranges. I was having a look through them a bit earlier when Jules came in. I was going through those with her and Hannah. They are lovely. There's one collection that's all sewing themed, really nice. And then there's one that's all cats and plant pots. Really 2 lovely, lovely collections. I'm going to show you those in a minute. They're brand new today. At 9 o'clock, we've got Jules in with us. She's going to be showing you how to make the pleated bag. There's a picture of it. She's made it in these beautiful tapestry fabrics. Now, it's a really interesting design because it shows you, it's a really good masterclass into making a good bag, but also how to make box pleats. So she's going to be showing us stage by stage how to do that. It's a beautiful, fully lined bag. And we've got lots of different fabric options for that one as well. So that's a lovely, I mean, make a nice Christmas present for somebody if you think it'll fill it up with a few things, but it's a beautiful bag. She'll be on with us at 9 o'clock doing that. 10 o'clock, it's Bird of the Month, and I'm going to show you how to make the Robin double star table runner. So there's the full quilt. So as you can see, we are now on month 11, but month 11 is the long-tailed wagtail, but we're going to do that next month instead. So I've just brought the Robin 1 month ahead so you can make your table runner in time for Christmas. That's Bird of the Month. Obviously, we will have all of the previous panels and all of the instructions, and we'll be talking through all of them if there's any that you've missed. And I'll also, at the end, I'll tell you what we're going to do for the finale, which is going to be the end of December, for the end of our Bird of the Month, because I've been planning that I had a week's holiday, and I spent quite a bit of it, not a little bit of it, planning the last project because it was a bit complicated for me. It's fine now. It won't be complicated for you, but it took me ages to work it all out with all the maths of it. Anyway, I'll tell you that at the end of the hour. At 11 o'clock, we've got Jules back, who is going to be showing us some brilliant Christmas storage ideas. We've got some really lovely Christmas fabrics. Oh, there's a picture of one of them. Making these beautiful little pouches that you can use, great for putting, well, for storing Christmas things in, but really nice to put gifts in as well. Jules is going to show us how to make those using a variety of Christmas fabrics. So really nice to store your Christmas things in, fill with decorations, use as gift bags. She'll be going through that all with us. At 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane. So obviously, if you're watching on TV, you don't need to turn over. You'll just still be on Yarn Lane. If you're on Facebook or the website, you will have to turn over. But today we have got Denny from iKnits, which is fab, because she is a genius at designing. She's done lots of things, from sheep cushions to sheep blankets, but children's knitwear she's brilliant at. And we've got lots of baby, toddler and young children designs that are really gorgeous, classic designs. Now, Denny normally only sells her patterns as PDFs, but with us we've got them printed, we've put them in kits, we've got all the yarn. They are gorgeous, and she's fantastic. Every time we have on air we get such a good response, so she'll be demonstrating exactly how to do them. So I'm looking forward to seeing her at 12 o'clock. Anyway, let's I'm just going to move over. Oh yeah, sorry, I missed how to get in touch. Sorry, missed that. So if you've got any comments, questions, photographs, things you'd like to share with us, please message the studio. All you have to do is email us studio@sewingstreet.com, and I will read them out and we'll show the messages on air, because we love having your feedback. Really useful. Or to show us if you've done something similar, or if you've got any questions, always great. If you want to shop with us, the best place to do that is on the website. It's just easier, www.sewingstreet.com. If you click on Watch Live, there you go, then scroll down. You can see there on the left, Early Bird, and then today's bestsellers. Today's show deals, those are the things that I have already talked about, that we've already said. The one there on the right that says pre-order, those are all the products that are coming up throughout the day. So everything is now on pre-order. So if you want to get ahead, like there's a little sneak peek there of the fabrics that are coming up. The sewing themed fabrics are gorgeous. You'll love them. Put those together in a few bundles. But if you scroll down, you can now see everything that's coming up over the whole day. So if you want to get ahead and don't want to miss out on anything, all you do is scroll down, click on the add to basket bit. But to be sure that it's yours, you need to check out. At that point, your postage and package will be applied. But remember, you can shop with us as many times as you want between now and midnight, and you will only be charged the 1p&p. I know for you regular viewers, you hear us say this all the time, but for any, we have a lot of new viewers all the time. It's important because a lot of websites charge you P&P per purchase, but we don't. We charge it you per day. There's all the bird of the months. That's the panel in the instructions. That's the panel in the instructions with the kit, because we put together a whole kit to make the whole runner as well. And the panel on its own as well. Those are all the little storage pods and baskets and books. There we are. So that's everything today. So I'm just, I need to move over. Just going to move over to the other one to talk about fabric. Ta-da! It was magic, wasn't it? I've got a cold. Oh, terrible cold. You think you go on holiday for a week. Do you find this always happens when you go on holidays? Like, you relax. I went to Cornwall, it was lovely. Did very little except for walk the dog, watch a bit of telly, sit in front of the fire. It was so nice. And I think that relaxing and not doing anything for a week, you just get a cold. And I didn't have a cold on. Well, I had a cold on Friday, so I do apologise if I have to stop and blow my nose every now and then, because it's running. Anyway. I've had my Lemsip. I think I'm due another one in an hour, and I think I might feel a bit better then. Any top tips, gratefully received. But I think Lemsip's the only answer. So, look at this fabric. It's called Handmade with Love. This is one big bundle. Now, this is brand new today. In the bundle is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10 half meters in this bundle. £74.90. Now, the great thing about buying the fabric all together in one bundle is that it all goes together. The same colour palette is used in each fabric, so it will all mix and match whatever you're making. So if you're thinking, I'm going to make some sewing storage for my sewing room, or I want to make just something that's a bit sewing themed, maybe just a little gift bag for somebody, or something like the sewing machine one, something to cover your sewing machine, but you want it all to go together, or even a quilt with sewing themed. That by buying the whole bundle, it'll all go together. So £74.90. That is all of them. So should we have a look? Put my glasses on for this, because these are gorgeous. Let's have a look. I'm going to have to open this one up, because this one is gorgeous. This is... Now, isn't that lovely? Because you can use this as a fabric to just cut and sew, but it's brilliant for applique or even EPP, because it's got so many different elements on it. Look at the little spools here. So if you wanted to cut out small elements to applique onto things, there's so much going on there. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So this one, by the half metre, that's the code there at the moment, £7.49. That's what it looks like. It's beautiful, isn't it? We've got spools of thread. We've got reels of pins. It's lovely that the background is quite a slaty coloured charcoal. It's not dark black, but it makes the pastel colours really pop up. We've got a bit of rickrack braid, tape measure, scissors, those little strawberries, jars. I mean, these are, look at that one there. That's a lovely little one to applique onto something. Or even if you just wanted to make a card for somebody, you could cut this out and sew it onto the card. I think that's lovely. There's so much going on in this fabric. But if you want to buy it by the half metre and you're thinking, skirt, there we go, look. That's what it looks like as a whole. Ooh, that way. I mean, it'd be brilliant for something for the sewing room, but honestly, I'm thinking dressmaking. I'd like a skirt out of that. Wouldn't that look fab? Yeah, little dungarees, or even pyjamas. Would be brilliant, wouldn't it? You'd never ever have to get dressed. You go, I'm just wearing my sewing pyjamas. You just, people say, why have you got your pyjamas on? They're my sewing pyjamas. So that's, if you if you haven't bought fabric from us before, the way it works, when we sell it by the half metre, what it means is that you can buy as much as you want and it will be sent to you as one whole cut piece. So if you're thinking, I want to make a pair of pyjama bottoms, I need 2 metres, then just put 4 units in your basket and it will be sent to you as a whole 2 metre piece. But obviously you can just buy half a metre, but if you want more than that, it will be cut to order for you. I love that one. That's the sort of, what often you find in fabric collections is that you'll get one big feature print. Now, there's only 10 metres available of this on its own, and you'll need about 2.5 metres for pyjama bottoms. I know that because I was looking at it the weekend. Love the safety. Should we do safety pins? Safety pins and pins next. Again, look, you can see it's got that same charcoal slaty coloured background as this one, but splashed across it, looks like part of my sewing room floor. There are safety pins, needles, all in white, but then some of them got these little coloured tops. So you've got like little blue tops to the pins and pink tops to the safety pins. But that's lovely, isn't it? Again, lovely to cover a book with if you've got a special sort of sewing inspired or a notebook that you want to write all your sewing notes in. But brilliant for storage things, little storage cubes, covering the top of those little jars. I've got in my sewing room lots of those mason jars with fabric coloured tops that you can use as pin cushions. But it would be perfect for that. Nice for just as a lining as well. If you were making a little zip case, that's quite a nice lining for it, isn't it? I love the way that the background is quite soft. So that's the safety pins. But it's interesting, isn't it, that when you see it, the main feature print has got all of these things in. So you've got the safety pins there, and that's what's in here. Now if we move to this fabric, this has got all the spools of thread, which are all featured on the main print as well. I'm going to open it out so you can see the extent of it. Look at that. We've got reels of thread. Oh, look, we've even got a ball of wool and 2 knitting needles. Slightly out of scale. We've got different ones. And we've got needle threader. There's... it's lovely, isn't it? I tell you what would be nice if you just made like one of those big drawstring bags. Be great for keeping all your threads or your yarn in, because it's got the balls of wool as well. I've seen whether those are crochet hooks, but I think they're knitting needles. But just a big drawstring bag would be fantastic storage. Just make it easier. You know, when you've got your current project, rather than it sitting in a carrier bag, half a metre, you could make a really nice drawstring bag with that. Just put a bit of cotton tape through the top if you make a channel. I love that one. I like the colours in it because they're pastel, but more bright pastels, not primary. But you've got, you know, coral. Let me show you, where's my fingers there. So you've got coral. You've got that lovely citrine colour and like a gentle emerald and a nice pale turquoise. So it's just a really, really lovely colour palette. So that one is called... I can't read that screen. It's yarn spools. Yarn spools. So again, $7.49 for half a metre. Right, scissors next. Scissors, actually I'm getting my fabric collections mixed up. I'll have cats and scissors all mixed together in a minute. So look, you can see now how that one is featured on here. I love this one. That's gorgeous. Because again, you've got that lovely slaty charcoal, this background, it's all the same for all of them. But I love all these little scissors. So you've got the really ornate ones here. But then you've got, look, you see these blue ones, like the little stalk scissors. I like those. Those orange ones, there, those are really super sharp ones. But, you know, if you want to put stuff in your sewing room, this is absolutely perfect for it, isn't it? So many different things you can make with it. But again, dressmaking. Be lovely, wouldn't it? Nice little apron. But perfect for a gift for somebody. You know, if you're thinking you want to make somebody, give somebody a sewing theme gift, even if you just use one of these as the lining or one as the outer and one as the lining, absolutely perfect because the detail on it is lovely. They're so small. Or you could make pincushions with them, even though these have got scissors on. But you could, you know those little scissor keepers that you get, so you can hang them around the handle of your scissors. You could just cut out one of these as a small rectangle and make it into them. And I like the way it is nicely multi-directional, so you can cut them in different ways. But that one is called Colourful Scissors. And it is lovely. It's very lovely, quite. It's very soft, actually. I mean, it is 100% cotton. It's the normal quilting weight fabric, but it's very soft. Quite like that one. Love this one. This one is Hannah's favourite. I don't know which one mine is yet. I'm going to decide at the end. I'm just going to get this the right way up so we can see it right. So that is the right way up. Oh, so they go all over the direction. I like the fact they all have these little strawberries in them. So, you know, when you get those tomato pincushions, and they always have a little strawberry hanging off the side of it. That's what they are. The strawberries are filled with, well, they used to be filled with that emery dust, which you use to sharpen your pins. I don't know what's in them these days, but there might even be sawdust. But the little strawberry that hangs off the tomato pincushion, which is what these are, you push your pins in and it sharpens them. But they're lovely, aren't they? They're very retro sewing machines. I think they'd be absolutely perfect for a plique, and you can just cut one of them out. They'd be really good for that, to embellish things. But again, sewing machine cover, isn't it? Or, you know, when you've got your sewing machine and you've got the foot and you've got the cable and all of the other bits and pieces, you could just make a little drawstring bag or a zip bag to put them all in. That's just really keep things tidy. Because I know with my sewing machine, I put the cord and the foot inside it and then put the cover on, and usually it falls out. But if I made a little zip case, that'd be perfect for it. I love them because they are, again, it's this lovely colour palette of the sort of slaty grey, but then with these really pastels, but bright pastels. Love that one. So it's a third of the stock of this one has already gone into baskets. Now, I'm not sure how many half meters of this we've got, so if you really want this one, you need to get this one in your basket soon. This is going to be right. Then we've got the safety pins again, safety pins and pins, but on it's not bright white. It's more. It's just not. I mean, it's not cream, but it's just off white. There we go. But look, that's what it looks like. It's exactly the same as the grey one, but with the white background. But don't they look lovely together? That's a really, really nice mixture of colours, isn't it? I know, it's lovely. I really like that. There's so many different things you can do with that. And again, they've all got the sort of the same coloured pink and blue and yellow tops of the pins and the safety pins. I think it's just there's a lot of attention to detail. That's why it's lovely. If you want to buy all of them and you buy the whole range together, you know that all the colours all go together. So the charcoal in the safety pins is the same as the background of this, and then you've got all the same colours. But they're lovely two prints, aren't they? And when you put them together, don't they go together nice? I mean, if you were thinking about making a wall hanging, have you seen when you see them in sewing rooms and you have a big wall hanging with pockets on, and then you can put all different things in, you could use one of these as the background and make all the pockets from all the other fabrics, and then you'd keep all the different storage in them. But they go together really well. I think in a nice blouse. Look lovely, wouldn't it? I mean, it's the sort of thing that if you saw a blouse in a shop that had all the safety pins, you think, I'd really want that. But you just make your own. But if you want it by the half metre, remember, if you want more than half a metre, it will be sent as one whole piece. Now, I've got the scissors fabric, but I love this one. It's your real sort of background fabric, but with more interest. It looks, I'm going to open up the whole thing because you'll be able to see it better. So you've got, it's called white on white, but it's more white scissors. Can you see it when I open it up? That's gorgeous. That's beautiful, isn't it? It's like if you're not a sewer, people think, why would you want that? Because that's like white, but it's just gorgeous, isn't it? If you're using it as sashing or borders or as a background or a backing for something, it's just lovely. So it's exactly the same print as this one, but it's white on white. Same arrangement, same scissors, same everything, but the white on white, but it's just a hint of it. When you see it, you'll be able to, when you get it home, you'll be able to see them better. But they would look lovely with the solid colours, because I'll show you in a minute. We've put together some bundles of fabric in solid colours that match this, because it's always nice to use solid fabrics because they make your designer fabrics go a bit further as well. But that would look beautiful. I just love that. It'd be really, I think that would be lovely for a backing as well. Again, a blouse, pretty little white cotton summer blouse, where it would just look like a plain white blouse until you got closer and you'd realise it was covered in scissors. That's what I would use it for. Just a little white cotton pin tucks down the front, short sleeve blouse. Has anybody got a pattern? No, I have actually. I've made one of those, but that would be perfect for it. I think. Oh, I've had an email from June saying, "Get well, thank you, June." And I'm fed up with having a cold. I know. Right, I've got. Oh, I like this spools. Actually, I think this is my favourite spool one. What's this one called, Hannah? Stacked thread. I love this one. The colours are so bright and cheerful, aren't they? And I like the way you've got a lot of spools that are lying down, but then you've got the ends of them as well. What do they say? Cotton mercer. Cotton, all-purpose, 50 yards. Silk, pure silk. Oh, sorry, that was a big sneeze. There was a, oh dear. I will have to sanitise everything before poor Jules comes on. Oh, I've said to everyone, don't get near me. This is gorgeous, isn't it? I love the colours in it. I love the bright pink and the green and the turquoise and the citrine colour. Lovely. But this would make a lovely square storage cube just to chuck all your threads into, wouldn't it? Or, you know, if you're going away and you've got, when I went away, I took a little zip bag with my pins and my needle case and my scissors. But this sort of fabric would be lovely for that, wouldn't it? To just super storage over the Christmas holidays. You could get your sewing area storaged. I love that. Oh yes, you could make what's it, how to say it? The EP, I know what you mean, the EPP, where you keep the cardboard inside them so it makes quite a solid bowl. It would be lovely for that. But that's a beautiful fabric, isn't it? Honestly, it's such lovely quality. It's ever so soft. It's really sort of silky soft. Now, outside of the bundle, there was only 8 meters left of that one. And look at this next pretty one. This is lovely. That's very... it's got buttons all over it, but it's so pretty. It's like little girls' dresses, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? And yeah, those pants that you have over. Yeah, it just looks like that, doesn't it? Right. Isn't that so pretty? I mean, obviously you know it's buttons because you can see it, but it just is. It's like a spot, but a pretty spot. It's a really nice pink. Like a sherbet pink. I told you, it's all sort of bright pastels. I really like that one. It's lovely, isn't it? Anyway, $7.49 for half a metre. But it goes together really well. So maybe if you were making something from this one and you wanted something for the lining, they go together really well, don't they? Like those. They're looking nice, aren't they? Very pretty, fresh and bright. Right, and then the final one, which I really like, love this one, is the dressmaking one. Beautiful turquoise colour background. That one's lovely, isn't it? Oh, I'm going to sneeze again. This one. So, We've got dress patterns. I like the fact they've got all the grain lines in as well. Front dress, front bodice, front skirt, front jacket. It's got, where are we? It's got all the darts in the front bodice. And then you've got the dressmaker's dummies in amongst it. You've got irons. Brilliant for covering your ironing board with, isn't it? I love that one. It'd be perfect for that. Or, make a little pouch or something, or cover you can make like A4 wallets, and you could make it from this and keep all your dress patterns in it. Or make a dress with it. A dress made from dress patterns. But the colour on that one is lovely, isn't it? You see, if you look at this one with the sewing machine one, you can see how all the colours are picked out. So this blue here is picked out in the background, and you've got the citrine there that's picked out in there. So all of the colours are picked out. I don't know which one's my favourite, actually. I think it's probably this, the multi one. So that is all of them by the half metre. So if you want, if you think particularly if you want to be more, if you're doing things like an ironing board cover, or you want to do dressmaking, then you could, if you want to buy it by the half metre, they are all available. There's still a bit of all of them. But if you want the mega bundle, because you can't decide, like me, which one's your favourite, you get half a metre of each, and there's 10 fabrics in there. So 5 metres in total of all of those, £74.90. They are all gorgeous, aren't they? You can make a nice patchwork skirt with them. Or, if you want an apron for your sewing room, you could make the pockets from one bit, the apron from another bit. They're just lovely. I mean, I'm always pulled and drawn towards sewing themed fabrics, but I do particularly like these. So £74.90 for all of them. Now, if you would like this to go a bit further, or you've got an idea for some projects, but you want some plain fabrics to go with it, we've put together this plain fabric bundle. There is also raspberry that's on the website that also goes together really well. There wasn't enough for us to be able to put this in the bundle, but if you wanted a pinky colour, if you look at in the section fabrics, plain fabric, if you put in raspberry, or if you just type in raspberry in the search, that one goes really well with the pink. But this bundle here at £13.96, you've got 4 half metres. And these, so if I take out the main fabric, because this one has everything in it, doesn't it? And you can see how well this goes. So, because I know it's always really hard, unless you're actually standing there with the fabric yourself, to choose colours that go. So the blue goes really well with the blue. And then the pink, perfect match for the pink tape measures. And obviously these colours are featured in all of the other fabrics. The orange, see, it matches with the orange there. Well, actually that orange section there is better. It goes with there. And then you've got this lovely, what is this one called? Chartreuse, yes. See, and that goes with that. But that's lovely. So if you're thinking, well, I've got some ideas of what I want to do, but I do need some plain fabric too. Maybe you want to make some cushions for your sewing room, or if you've got a chair that you use in your sewing machine, you want to make a round cushion for something, and you want to use one of these fabrics as the feature on the top, but you don't want to waste it on the bottom, then this bundle is perfect, because you could use this. It's half a metre of each, more than enough. Well, it'd be enough for 2 cushions there, but you could use that for the backing, or maybe you want to pipe the edge of something, or add straps or handles, but you only want to use the plain fabric. These colours blend together beautifully. £13.96 for 4 half metres of fabric. Okay, so anyway, keep checking out. Message me, tell me what you're going to do with them. I just want the bundle, and then I'll have a think about it later. But I know what lots of you like. You see it, think, right, I know exactly what I'm going to do with that. So do message me, because I always like to know. There's only 7 left of the complimentary bundle. Do you know what this reminds me of? If anyone who watches Yarn Lane, did you see the show with Zandra Rhodes' new collection of yarn? That's exactly those colours that she has in her collection. It should be called the Zandra Rhodes bundle. Right. Cats. We can always come back. If you want to see any of the other fabrics again, because I know it's like you see and you think, well, I can't remember what that one looked like. If you message us, I will show you. But we're going to move on to cats now. But if you want to see anything, just let me know. Now, we have a big mega bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There are 11 fabrics in total in the mega bundle. 5.5 metres, obviously, completely. £76.89. This is brand new on air today. So, should we have a look at all of them? Oh, okay. So I'll show you the smaller bundle. So we've got, then we'll have a look at the fabrics in more detail, so you can see. Then you can choose what you're going to do. So that's the mega bundle. That's 11.5 metres, 11 different fabrics. Then, instead, if you want less fabrics, this is the black and white bundle. So in this one, you have got 4.5 metres. These fabrics are in the mega bundle as well, but we just put them into a smaller bundle. If you don't want to buy the whole big one, you think, well, I would just like to buy some black and white ones, then, although these are in the big one, if you want less, £27.96 for the 4 fabrics in the smaller bundle. And then we've got a pink bundle. Well, it's actually purpley pink. So we've got 4 fabrics. 1, 2... All these fabrics, remember, are in the mega bundle, but we've just taken these 4 pinky purpley ones out let's move that out of the way so I don't get confused. So in case you just want some pinky purpley fabrics, there's a smaller picture of all of them. I will be going through each one of them because they are also available by the half metre in a moment. But that's the 4 fabrics that you get in the pinky purpley bundle. Then we've got a blues bundle, but there's just 3 in this one. So we get the blue playing cats, the blue flower pot cats, and the blue cat's heads. So £20.97 for the 3.5 metres of the blue cats. Again, they are also in the main bundle. I'll go through in a minute, but if you want just the blues, that's those. We've also got a blues and lilacs complementary bundle. So if I'll show you this as I'm going through each of the fabric collection. These are the main colours that feature. So again, if you've got an idea for this and you want to use a different fabric, maybe you're going to make a quilt from all of it. You want some sashing, you want some binding borders, handles, piping, all those sorts of things. But they're really nice mixture collection. So you've got this turquoise colour, plain. Then you've got the mottled blue. You've got a mottled mauve. And then a plain lilac. They're all Rose and Hubble, all 100% cotton, £14.96. I'm not sure if that one is. Now, if you want to, let me just show you the mottled ones. No, they're not all. Are they all? No, the plain ones are Rose and Hubble. Those are John Loud. But they are batik. They are just mottled. But they are all your proper 44-inch width, 112 centimetres wide, pure cotton, quilting weight fabric. But they're obviously from our plain fabric range. Also, yes, this would work really well if you've bought the white on white scissors from the sewing fabrics. Wouldn't that look nice together as well? Look at that. That's not in the bundle, but if you've bought the white on white one, it goes together beautifully with it. I'll put that on there. But this, if you're buying any of the cat prints, this plain fabric bundle goes together really well with it. Right, shall we go through all of them now? By the half metre. Cat in a box. So this is kind of a bit like with my sewing fabric before. This is your large feature print one. I love this one. Look. Cat in a box. cat in a box. So this is, oh, it's in Canaro. Oh, they're just lovely, aren't they? I love this one. 2 kittens in a box. And look at that one there. Cat's bottom in a box. That's all you can see, his bottom and his legs. Then you've got one just peeking out. I mean, this is a lovely fabric on its own, but obviously you could use it for applique things. You know, some of them are just, look at that one with just his tail sticking out. That one. It's just lovely, isn't it? That's a really nice one. And again, all it's lovely. The background is a very pale, it's not bright white, it's more of a pale ivory, but very clean background. And you've got this lovely colour palette that features throughout. You've sort of got purples, turquoise, pinks, blues, yellows and oranges. That colour palette is used throughout the whole collection. If you've got a picture of your cat in a box or a basket, we'll go with the boxes. Please send it in. Love seeing pictures. Love seeing pictures of cats in boxes. It's just brilliant. It's always funny, isn't it? Because they jump in and then they just kind of look up at you. But yes, please, if you've got a picture of your cat in a box, do send it in to me. So $6.99 for half a metre. So if you just want this one on its own, obviously this is in the black and white bundle and it's in the main mega bundle. But if you just want it on its own, it is $6.99 for half a metre. It's fab. Right. Hannah, do you mind which one I do next or can I choose? All right, Hannah just had to have that one. I really like the flower pots. Now, the flower pots comes in a blue background and a pink background. And again, you've got cats hugging flower pots, cats destroying flower pots, catnip it's called. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? So that one's hugging them. I love that one, that the cat's completely destroying them. It's just sort of sitting in the middle. And you've got some of the flower pots have got cats on them. I think that's so cute. So if you know anyone who likes cats and gardening, perfect fabric for them. And the background of it is a really lovely dusky pink, very, very pale. Oh, but this is a catnip. Actually, we used to have catnip in the garden, but then the cats destroyed it. It's lovely, isn't it? So that's the one with the pink background, but we have the same fabric. I'm going to put it next to it so you can see what they, if you want to choose. But they actually go together really well. Make a nice pillowcase. You know, or if you really want to freshen up a bedroom, if you've got like a white duvet cover and you want something just a bit pretty and a bit fresh, lovely cushion. But half a metre would be enough for one side of a pillowcase. But that's it in the blue. So let me put them together so you can see what the blue and the pink like. So the code on screen at the moment is that the blue one? Oh, Hannah's got distracted by looking at pictures of cats eating catnip. So the one on screen at the moment is the blue one. So that's the blue background here. But you can see how well they go together. They're both sort of very shades of, you know, very soft turquoise. It's in exactly the same tonal range as the pink here. And the pots. Yeah, they're all this, a lot of the pots are the same colour, but they have been chosen as one palette, which is always great about a whole fabric range, because then it goes really well with the colours that are in that one as well. So I think a cushion for a bed would look gorgeous in that, wouldn't it? Or really simple, just make a tote bag. If you've got a cat loving friend and you want to make them a little gift, that'd be perfect. One for the lining, one for the outside. So that's cats in pots. Or a plant pot cover. They're really easy to make. You just have a circle of fabric on the bottom and then a long strip of fabric around the sides. Buy a nice little flower. Right, then we've got cats with, I think it's ribbons. It looks like ribbons. I was going to say it was cats playing with wool, but I don't think it is. I think it's cats playing with ribbons. Could be wool, couldn't it? Don't know. Black cats and white cats playing with ribbon or yarn. That's really sweet, isn't it? And again, it's got that lovely pale turquoise. It's a little bit darker than the blue in this, but it's still quite a nice pale one. It's a very clean, fresh colour, isn't it? Shall I show what it looks like, the whole thing? Sometimes you need to get the sense of... Oh, look! Cat in a box! Oh, sorry. Sorry, we're not ready for the cat in the box. I'm going to show you this first. Oh, I've just got a sneak preview of a cat in a box. There we go. So that's what it looks like as the whole half metre. Now, the same fabric, but in the blue background. Oh, we've got the cat picture. This is from Susan. Marvel the cat. It's her grandson's cat. I love that. That actually looks like a very well-behaved cat in a box, doesn't it? Not jumping in. That's really sweet. Why do cats love boxes? Weird, isn't it? That's a lovely picture of a cat in a box. Right, any more cats in boxes, please send them to me. We love them. Cats in boxes. Now, I've got another cats playing with ribbons or yarn, but on a pink background. Lilac. Well, yes. I guess it's kind of halfway between lilac and pink. But they've done the same with this one, that it's the same, it's just a slightly darker version of the background of this one, which is what they did with the other ones as well. So you've got your black cats and your white cats, but playing with sort of pink and purple yarn. So it is a pinky lilac-y colour in the background. Right, then I've got, actually the same fabric, there's 3 in this range, I've just realised. The same one, but with a white, it's not bright white, but just off-white background, same fabric. So you could have all of them. That's it with the white background, that's it with the pink. What, this white one? So the white one is the most popular one on pre-order. So that's what they all look like together. They go together really, really well, don't they? It's sometimes nice to have the same print across different colourways, or just to see how they match together, because they've really worked this out so that the purple, the one on white, there's only 5 metres left of that now. So if you want that, you need to put that in your basket. Oh, we've got another cat. There's Sue's cat, Dusty in a box. Look at his little face. I like that. Dusty looks like he's about to go to sleep. Yeah, cat in the box. I'm loving the cat in the box. That looks like $6.99 for the cat. No, you cannot buy Dusty for $6.99. I don't think Sue would be very chuffed about that. Oh, right, yes. Let's have another look at the cat in the box fabric. This is the Hero. If you've got a picture of a cat in a box, please send it in. We're loving them. There's the email. Message the studio@sewingstreet.com. Please send us your pictures of cat in the box. I love that one, isn't it? It's nice. Right, fish. I've got fish next. Which one? Oh, we're still on cat in the box. Oh, sorry. I was just moving on to the next fabric. Danny didn't spend long enough. I was moving on to cats and fish. We've got fish next. Yeah. Fish after this one. Right, fish. So I've got 2 fish fabrics, because obviously all cats like fish. This one on the black background, and again it features those colours that are in the other fabric. So you've got a bit of the yellow and the turquoise and the lilac on the ends of the fish. This is lovely. It's stripes. It goes horizontally across from selvage to selvage. Make a lovely border or sashing, or if you wanted to make the handles or something. So say you were making a tote bag or something like that, and you wanted a linear fabric to use for the handles, it'd be absolutely perfect for that, because you could use it, turn it around, if you use it that way round, Then you could cut strips and use those for the handles. Or, again, borders and sashing if you were making a cat quilt. Maybe you want to make a cat quilt to put on your sofa to protect it a bit. Oh, we've got another cat in a box. This one is, oh, I like that one. Sylvia's cat Marley. Is in a cat food box as well. I love that. But was it, do you think he was he was getting the food out of the box? I love his expression. He's like, yeah, and what do you want? Any problem? Am I not allowed to be in here? I am loving your cat in a box photos. It's fab. Please send them in. Yes. Or, you know, if it's in a basket, we can handle that. Oh, no, sorry, Hannah says they have to be in a box. Oh, God. No, has to be in a box, not well. I think cat in a basket would be fine. So this is the same one. This is fish again. Actually, I think I've got it upside down. There we go. Fish, but on the sort of white ivory background. So again, perfect for anything where you want to have I mean, it works really well on its own, but if you need to have lines, it's really useful to use your fabric for what the print is used for. You get those sort of extra features. So that's the fish with the ivory background. Then, finally, in this range, we've got 3 that have got cat faces on. And again, they're all in the colours in the range. So this is the blue one. There we go. I wonder what, here and there it says I and A. Oh, that's ink. Oh, got it now. So the fabric, this is made for Ink and Arrow, which is the brand of fabric. And I couldn't work out where, here and there on some of the fabrics it says I and A. Just tiny little letters. But that's obviously the Ink and Arrow. So these are your little cat faces. So absolutely perfect for using as your low volume fabrics for your blenders. You use it to make the larger print fabrics stand out. So if you were using, you wanted to maybe make a cushion or a bag or something, you wanted to put a board around it, then if you were using this fabric here, then the sort of lower volume, the colours match, the print, the theme matches, but it isn't quite so, it doesn't have the same scale of print. So even if you were doing something like you were putting a small border or binding, that works really well along the edge. A message from Nadia with a picture of a cat. That's quite incredible, actually. How has that cat got into a cereal box? That's her daughter's cat. That's amazing. I mean, I've never seen a cat get into a box that small. How did it get in and turn round? Yes, I'm not sure you could get... Yes, if you can get a cat... It must have got in and then turned around. And actually, if you've got a cat in a smaller box than that, then do send in. But yes, it doesn't just have to be this now. We will be accepting cat box photos for the whole day. But I love that picture. Can we come back to the picture? Because the cat matches the box. So have you seen that? The box is all white and neutrals and creams and pinks. It's the same colour as the cat. I love this. So because, well, we're loving this range, so we will be accepting cat in a box photos all day and we will show them. I'm very impressed that that cat chose a box that matched it. So there's the blue one. We also have it in pink. It's a real raspberry pink, I'd say. It's not, no, because raspberry sounds more like red pink, doesn't it? Fuchsia, maybe? It's lovely, isn't it? So again, you've just got the little cat heads on there. But it goes with, actually looks quite nice with this fabric because the pink of this looks really lovely with the pink in here. It really picks that out. It's quite interesting, actually, if you're trying to choose when you can't decide what border fabric to choose, how different if I put one on one side and one on the other. This one, now all of the blue pots are standing out, but when you look at this side, if you just don't look at that, it makes all the pink pots stand out. But you get a completely different look from one side to the other. It's often, if you are struggling to choose when you want to put borders and bindings on, put them next to each other. It helps choose. And sometimes, like, take a photo of each one and then look at the two photos. Finally, we have Purple Cat. There we go. There's Purple Cat. Let me open him out so you can see him properly. There we go. Yes. So there's Purple Cat. Maybe it's going to be Bird and Cat Day. We started off with birds, and now we're on cats. They were not going to go together well. So that's the purple one, and again, it obviously looks beautiful with all of them. It looks particularly nice with the white cat fabric, doesn't it? Doesn't that look lovely together? Just a little nod. You've got the theme of the cat head, but it's like having a plain, like a spot, but just a bit more interesting. So anyway, all of those are available by the half metre. If you want all of them because you can't decide, or you've got an idea you're going to make a cat quilt using all of them, or you want to make several things, the whole bundle, one of all of them, is available. Yes, if you've sent us pictures of your cats and we can't get them all in, don't worry. Hannah has promised we are doing cats in boxes all day. Oh, look at this one. Who's this one sent by? Flearoy. I love that. This is Flearoy. That's a great name for a cat. Shelley's cat, Flearoy. Is she in a mushroom box? Obviously. Oh. That's, yes. Oh, so Nadia, who sent in the picture of the cat that's in the Cheerio box, she wasn't there. She's just messaged back in to say she wasn't there to see how we managed to get in and to turn around and get back, but his name is Toasty. Well, I think Toasty's a really clever cat because not only did he get in a box that matches him, he turned around in it and he's called Toasty. We will be collecting cats in boxes photos as in honour of the Cat in a Box fabric collection. I think we should show a montage at the end of the day. We'll collect them, we will be showing them, and we will show a montage at the end of all the cat. I like Flearoy in the mushroom box. It's brilliant. It's a great name for a cat. Right, so that's the mega bundle that I'm just tidying back up. £76.89, and then you get one of all of the fabrics then, featuring obviously the most important cat in a box, but we've also got cats in flower pots, fish, cats with ribbons, cats' faces, £76.89. So I'm going to keep that collection so we can have a look at it. So please do keep sending in your pictures. We will be looking at them all day. Right, one more message. Oh, Elaine has messaged in. This is her daughter's cats. So on top of the box is Fleur. And Luna's in the box. That's brilliant. Oh, and then there's Fleur in the box as well. There's so many cats in boxes. Right. We will be accepting cats in box photos all day, so don't worry, you've got till 1 o'clock to send your cat in a box photo. We'll put them together. We'll have a big montage at the end of the cat in a box. Anyway, thank you for joining me in this hour. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a couple of minutes' time with Jules, who is going to be showing us exactly how to make a beautiful pleated bag. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com, You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Thank you so much for sending all your cat in a box photos. Keep sending them in because we'll be showing them all day. But this hour is all about the pleated tote bag. So let me show you to start with. Have we got a picture of the finished bag? There's a picture of one of the kits that Jules has made for us in advance, and she's going to be demonstrating how to make a different one. It features a plain top, just a band at the top, and then it uses box pleats just below it, and then it means it has a much bigger box. So in every kit you get the instructions. Now I wrote these instructions a while ago, which I'd forgotten about, but the idea behind this bag was I wanted a bag that was nice and big at the bottom, had a big depth to it. In fact, I'm just going to take it off here so I can show you. So I wanted a bag that had a lot of space at the bottom, was really roomy. Be quite useful then, you know, if you were just going, if you want to use for you put your fabric or your yarn storage in or something, or if you were going shopping, I wanted a bit of roominess. But at the top, I quite like it when it's a little bit more closed, so it's a smaller top. It just keeps it a bit more together. But it's a really good way if you have never done box pleats. We've got a box pleat in the centre and then knife pleats on the edges. So the idea originally when I designed it was because I wanted the shape of it, but also it's a really good way of practicing and learning how to do box and knife pleats. So that's the idea. The bag is fully lined, but you don't need to bother with the pleats on the inside. I just gathered it because I just thought it was quicker, so you don't need to do that. But it's just a really lovely bag that gives you, it looks quite stylish with this centre pleat, and it works really well with these sort of tapestry fabrics. So in all of the kits, you get the full instructions with the photos of how to do it, and also there is a diagram of how to do, of the measurements used for the pleats, which does make it loads easier to do. So, which one is that one? So we have got, there we go, this one. We've got lots of different kits, so it all depends what you want. So in the kit, you get the instructions, you get the tapestry fabric, a metre of. Now this is the one that I've just shown you. You get half a metre, I think it's half a metre, of the plain cotton fabric. That's used for the lining. Now, this is listed as leather webbing, but it isn't. It's PU, it's pleather, it's not real. And these are used for the handles. So it gives you a very, very structured, quite stylish bag because you've got the PU sort of leather look handles. And with the sort of the weight of the tapestry fabric and the pleats, for $29.99 you get a really stylish, strong, but you will enjoy it. It's a really enjoyable make to do because you've got to think about the pleating and the gathering and putting the top on and the handles. And it's a really good way of learning because I always think when you do something, it's nice if you learn something at the same time. So that's that kit. The next one, does it matter which one? We'll do this one. This, oh right, so if you want, we've got the same, this kit, same fabric, so you get a metre of the tapestry fabric, you get half a metre of the blue lining fabric, but if you want to have canvas handles instead, remember with this, with these canvas webbing, you can cover this as well. So if you wanted to use a different fabric to cover it, just make a tube that's the same diameter as this, and then push the webbing inside and then top stitch it down. So if you wanted to cover it, you can, but it's a lovely colour, you don't really need to. And this colour is perfect for this tapestry fabric because it really picks up the blue in there. So that's the same as the bag I just showed you, but with the webbing handles. Right, let's go for this one next. So in this one, let me show you. So you get 1.5 meters of the tapestry fabric. It's very Aztec, isn't it? All different colours. I love the lime green colourway on it. It's beautiful, isn't it? So you get 1.5 meters of that. You get, oh no, it's 1 meter of that, sorry. 0.5 meter of the plain beige colour to line it. And then you get 2 pieces of this PU. It's not real leather, it's PU pleather handles to go with the bag. And the instructions, obviously. Then we have the same fabric, but with cotton webbing handles. So you get 1 metre of this tapestry fabric, exactly the same as the one I showed you before. You get 1/2 metre of this neutral nude colour fabric. And yeah, the image on the website says leather webbing, but these are definitely cotton webbing. I don't think you can even get leather webbing. These are pale blue as well, which are really pretty, and they go really well with the fabric because it really picks up these little triangles on it, and obviously the instructions. Then the final colourway, let me put them over here, is this one. This is pretty. This is the one that you're demoing, isn't it, Jules? Mm-hmm. Look at this one. It's roses. Oh, that's so pretty. This is such a nice fabric, isn't it? So thick. For roses. So you get obviously the instructions. You get the metre of the roses tapestry fabric. You get 1/2 metre of the cream lining, and then you get the 2 pieces of cotton webbing. And these are for the handles, but don't they look nice? Really lovely neutral colour. Go really well on this one. I like this one. I think this is my favourite one.
Really nice fabric.
I do. I love the fabric, but I haven't seen. I've seen a lot of these fabrics, but I haven't seen the roses one before. Really like that one. And then finally, let me just move those. Same fabric, but this one has the PU leather handles instead. So you get 1 metre of the rose tapestry fabric, 1/2 metre of the cream, and then you get the 2 lengths of just a brown, like leather brown, but it's PU, but it's your sort of traditional brown. But that goes really well on the fabric as well. But they're not. They're PU, not real leather. And the instructions. So those are all the kits. Basically, there are 3 different fabrics, and you just have to choose whether you want the PU leather handles or whether you want the cotton webbing handles. But other than that, the kits are the same, but there are 3 different colours. Also, before we go over to Jules, going to show us how to make them, if you love the fabric but you'd like to buy it on its own, we do have it all available by the 1/2 metre. That means that if you want more than 1/2 metre, so if you're thinking curtains, soft furnishings, covering chairs, stool covers, and you want more than 1/2 metre, put that number of units in your basket. It will be cut and sent to you as one whole piece. Now, these are different patterns to the ones on the bags. So there's this, it's like a weaving. What is this one called? Tapestry basket weave, yes. Lovely, this one. Features all different shades of reds and greens and creams and ochres. That's the tapestry basket weave. Now, this is really wide. I think is it 150? 150. Look, I'll show you. Look, 150 centimetres wide. But because it's a woven fabric, you get a completely different colourway on the back. So like the right side is bright, and then the wrong side is a bit more muted. So very, very wide. So you need, remember that. All of that, if you have a look on the website, all of the width details are all listed on there, but if you need to know, because you've got to work out how much you need. That's the basket weave one. We've then got this one, which I think is it Harlequin? Possibly. Big Harlequin. Again, that's just half of the width of it. There we go. Right, we then got a floral. This is like a real traditional floral and leaf trellis. Tapestry Morris inspired. I think so. It's lovely, isn't it? So that's all reds and greens. Make a beautiful pair of curtains, wouldn't you? I've got such a gap in my front door. I think I need a pair of curtains in these. I feel the wind whistling through it yesterday. Next one, we're getting there, is this checked one. That's lovely. These are little, like 1 inch, maybe 3/4 inch, like 1 inch, 3/4 inch squares in all the different colours. So I fill up the whole thing with it. There we go. With a really nice neutral cream coloured background in between all the coloured squares. £5.99. It's amazing, isn't it? £5.99 for half a metre. It's 150 centimetres wide. I mean, it's thicker than your normal curtain fabric. It really is heavyweight. It's the sort of fabric, if you see, you know, when people cover dining room chairs, that kind of fabric, really super thick. For £5.99, it's amazing. Beautiful fabric. We've got one, this one here, is it called Paisley? Because it looks like Paisley's. There's Paisley. The lovely, lovely swirls of corals and turquoises and greens. £5.99 for half a metre. Right, we're getting there. Then this one is Aztec. Really big, big diamonds on this one. I'm just showing you half of it. That's the tapestry Aztec. Again, when you look at the other side of it, because it's woven, you get the red colours on that side. And some people I know who've used this have used the other side as well, because they quite like the red kind. The side, you could use either one. I mean, I think this is the right side, but you can use either one you want. But it's lovely, isn't it? That one's about to sell out. And finally, we have, what's this one called? New Holland. That's very clever, this one. When you look at it like that from a distance, they look like tiny little pyramids. It looks almost 3D because they've got the different colour when you look at like this one, because you've got the darks and the lights. It makes them look 3D. Very clever, that one. £5.99 for half a metre. Right, Jules is going to show us how to make the bag, but before that, we do have to talk about a cat in a box. Theme of the day. This is our brand new collection, Cat in a Box. One of all of the fabrics, with the main one being the cat in the box. There it is. Please send in photos of your cats in boxes. But this mega bundle, brand new today, £76.89, you get 1, cats in flower pots, 2, cats playing with ribbons, 3, more cats playing with ribbons in blue. We've got fish on white, fish on black. We've got cats' faces in blue, cats' faces in pink, cats in flower pots, although I think it's catnip. Cats cuddling and destroying flower pots. We've got the lilac cats' faces, and then more cats playing with ribbons. And because of this brand new collection, we've been asking you this morning, if you've only just joined it, to send in photos of your cats in boxes. Oh, we've loved it. We've had so many of them. Oh, we've got another one. This is my cat Moisey. First sight of a box, and he's in, from Alison in Wrexham. That's brilliant, isn't it? Look at his face. Cats in boxes. So we will be showing you pictures all day because we love it. You've been sending us pictures. We'll put them all together at the end as well. Oh, we've got another one. Cats in boxes and a cereal box. I don't know, how do cats get into cereal boxes? Oh, and a cereal bowl. That's fab, isn't it? So we had a picture earlier of a cat in a cereal box. There's a cat in a cereal bowl. Oh, look at this one. This is my 19-year-old cat Biscuit from Wendy. Oh, cat in a laundry basket. We will be showing, please keep sending them in. Please send your photos in of your cats in boxes as the morning goes on, and we will be showing them. We love this collection. If you want the whole collection, go onto the website, go on to sewingstreet.com and scroll down, click on Watch Live. If you go down below that, you'll see all the fabrics are available by the half metre, or you can buy the whole collection. But a quarter of the stock of that bundle has now gone, so if you want it, you need to be quick, because we love the cat in a box. But keep sending your photos. We love them. Maybe we should have a little vote for our favourite photo at the end. That'll be hard. We'll have a think about that. Anyway, morning, Jules.
Morning. I like the cats in boxes too.
They're brilliant, aren't they?
Yeah.
I love them. I think my favourite is the cat, that cereal box, a tiny
Yeah.
box it was in.
They just seem to get everywhere. Maybe he was prospectively waiting for the milk for the cereal.
Yes.
Clever cat.
Yes, love them. I like the cat. It was called Flearoy. That was a great name. So, where do we start with the bag then?
We start. Obviously, we've got to cut them out. It's quite good. Your pattern is lovely.
Oh, good. Thank you.
You've also got
So
notes
pleased.
on the pattern. Yes. Brown notes there.
Thought they made sense.
Yeah. The notes. Read the notes because that will tell you how to form the pleats, as you know, how to form the pleats. So do make sure that you read the notes at some point during the course of this. And the other thing to point out is you do get a pleating diagram. This is the style of it. So what you need to do, the measurements, make note of the measurements because this is not to scale. So don't do like, oh, it doesn't fit, because you're just going to take note of the amount of centimetres that you go on there. So we're doing centimetres on this one, but you do a conversion. That's why I've turned my mat over to the centimetre mat.
Right.
Normally I'm doing inches.
You're normally on inches.
Yeah, but only because it's quilting. Centimetres for
It's tricky,
for sewing.
isn't it, to
Yeah.
know, isn't it? Should you go centimetres? Should you go inches? I think centimetres, I find
It's convertible.
easier to, for definite things.
Yeah, you can divide it easier,
Yeah.
can't you? Yeah, yeah. But anyway, so you just need to be aware of that. The other thing, this tapestry fabric is brilliant. It's really nice to sew. It's really lovely weight. Just be careful because it can shred just because of the nature of how they make the fabric. So what I would do and what I have done is, if you can see on here, I've got an overlocker. So I use my overlocker, but you can just do a stay stitch or a cover stitch, whatever you've got, a zigzag around the pieces, just to keep the pieces nice and
stop
they just
fraying.
behave themselves a bit better. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is mark the top of the bag. So I've cut 2 pieces for the main body of the bag, 2 pieces for the contrast, and you can see that at the moment doesn't fit, but it will. And then I've cut my lining out. If you decided that you wanted to put a contrast piece across the top, you can. So there's not a problem with doing that. If you were going to put a contrast piece that was not the same weight as the fabric that you're using, just be aware you might need to put some stiffening in it.
Right, okay. So they need to be...
Yeah. So for example, if you were going to use the lining fabric is cotton, perfectly fine, but I would put some stiffening behind it before I did anything, because this is quite, you can see it's quite a rigid fabric. So what you need to do is you need to take note of your placement diagram. First thing I did was I folded it in half and marked the centre. I'm marking mine with a pin. The challenge you might have on this fabric is you need to have, because if you're marking it on the back, you'll need to have a very light coloured chalk or marking pen, whatever it might be. And if you're marking it on the front, you want a slightly darker one. So just have a look at what, you know, obviously if you've got different colour fabric, you'll be doing different things. But I've marked all mine with pins, which is a bit dangerous because I am a bit dangerous with pins. So take a note of your marking diagram. That's my centre point. And then according to the marking diagram, I need to go 2 centimetres and it's a dotted line, another 2 centimetres and it's a dotted line, and then 4 centimetres and it's a solid line. So the difference is that the dotted lines are where you fold, the solid lines are the placement lines.
Right.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do an inverted pleat in the centre, and then we're going to do knife pleats across the rest of it. And you'll be wanting to use some method of tacking on there. I would have used a hand needle, hand sewing needle, but I couldn't find one. I did pretty well this morning. So with my first set of markings, I've got my central mark there, and this is going to be my knife pleat. So my knife pleat comes in, so you've got like a pointy pleat in the centre. So what you'll do is you'll take your outside and you'll go to your inside, and then that will be, it's quite stiff fabric, so once you've got it in place, can you see? I'm just literally using my pin, so I'm taking the very outside pin to the middle pin and then pushing it over. and the same on this side. So I'm kind of pivoting around one pin. That's the pin I'm pivoting around. And then those both go to the centre. And as you can see then, that's made kind of a reveal underneath. So these two edges, where you folded it over, will sit nicely against each other.
Okay, so that's your inverted.
That's your inverted. And
I haven't
you
made this for a while, so that's what I'm asking you. 'Cause
Yeah.
I can't remember. So that's the inverted.
That's the inverted, and that, basically what it means is that's inside. The pleat bit is in on the inside. So just for the moment, I'm going to pop that because it will kind of take itself off again. And then the knife pleats, so I've got my little pleats here. The knife pleats just come over and behind. So it depends which way you want it to go. I can't remember which way we said on that one. Let's have a look at the one I've done.
Yes, they come. They
So
face
we've gone that way.
towards the centre.
So you take your outside pin, use the middle pin as your pivot, and then match it up with the inside pin. So on here it's this. It's your markings here. Those markings there. They look very close together there, but remember this is not to scale. This is the measured part.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just for an idea as to what you're doing, isn't it? And then again, I'm putting another clip across. And I say the reason I'm using clips is because they hold it a little bit better. So take the outside pin and take it over to the inside pin, making a pleat. So you're folding it onto the middle pin. And that then is making another pleat. Now, obviously, I'm doing this at arm's length, but when you're doing it, you'll probably be up a little bit closer and just be making sure that that actually comes down nicely into a pleat. And then when you've done all of that, I would either hand sew to tack it across, or you can do a little machine sew. So I'm just going to do this side. So centre pin is the one I'm pivoting around. Take the outside pin and push it against the inside pin. As you can see, I marked all of these pins before. And then that will come down as a pleat. And what you're aiming to do, once you've got all your pleats in place, is to have it the same size as the piece that you cut for the contrast, or your top piece, let's say. So we'll pop those in there. Last one to go. Oops, that didn't go very well. Now, but pin came out, but it doesn't matter because this material, once it's folded, it's quite good at retaining the folds. So outside pin to inside pin, using the centre pin as a pivot. And I find whenever I do pins or darts, I'll be doing darts later, I quite like to use pins as opposed to always marking it. I think you can mark it if you like, whatever you feel comfortable with, really. But I quite like the fact that the pin, I can move a pin rather than just look at the mark.
The pin sticks. The marking is good, but the
Sticks
pin
in your hand.
sticks out beyond, so you can see it better, can't you?
Okay.
Sometimes with the marking, you think, oh, it's always on the wrong side, or it doesn't stick out as much. I know if I'm measuring pleats or anything, I would always use a pin.
Yeah.
Even if I wanted to mark it, I'd put a pin in as well.
I'm just tidying these up, and because I'm going to iron it, and then I'm just going to do a quick sew across the top, and just like quickly tack it. So just use your longest stitch and tack it across. I'm going to leave my centre one in for a minute. So it'll be under there somewhere. There we go. So if you are doing, if you are tacking on the machine, just make sure that you've got rid of all your pins underneath, or that you can actually see them really well, because otherwise you'll be breaking needles and stuff. And on the point of needles, if you can, just go up a size with your needles, so maybe put a 14 in.
Right.
Just because it's slightly heavier weight. Is all.
So do you need a jeans needle, or did you just go up to the next
I
size?
just went up to the next size, but if you've got a jeans needle, use a jeans needle.
Right.
It depends what your machine's like. I mean, some machines will take it, won't they? And others will just like scream like crazy.
You've got an old singer, can put anything in it.
Yeah, a metal-bodied machine, it'll take anything you like. Right, okay, well, let's see. So I'm only doing a very long stitch because I just want these to stay in place, really. This is not my sewing part, if you like. So that's...
this is like your tack.
Tacking, yeah. Ticky-tacking. Right, I know it looks like I'm going for the pins, but I'm not. The pin end finishes before my needle comes into play. I don't go over pins, I don't.
I do sometimes. Didn't say
well,
that.
occasionally it will happen, but I do make every effort not to. I take them out, or I do I quite like doing the pin chicken, you know, at the very last bit. Okay, so
I know it's difficult, isn't it? You think, I need that pin there.
Yeah.
No, I try not to go over them, but very occasionally I do.
Okay, so that's done that little jobbio. So now, fingers crossed and the wind be with us.
It'll fit.
It'll fit. If it doesn't, excuse me, because it would have fitted at home. The other thing to watch out for is if you're using directional fabric, and I consider this directional fabric because the roses are growing up, just make sure that you carry on with the directional part about it at the top. So you just take it back over. Now, if you mark the centre, you know where your centre was on here. So if you mark your centre and then just pin it back along. And this fits.
Right. I mean, it should fit. If it doesn't, just ease it a bit.
Yeah, ease.
Ease it a bit.
The easy bit is easing. Right, okay, so we're going to just sew that along. So I'll take my stitch back down. I'm using a 2.6. You could use 2.6, 2.8. It's fine. Or whatever you've got on your machine, because if your machine only goes in halves,
yeah, so a little bit.
Use a 3.
Right,
not
okay.
Yeah,
because of the fabric.
Yeah.
But you see, once you've got your kit and your instructions and you raid your bag, you can then make more of them.
Oh, yeah.
In other fabrics.
Yeah, and with the fabric that you've got, so the amount that we've got in the kit, there's more than your bag's worth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Would you be able to make 2?
You might have to just adjust the size of the second one a fraction. But you could probably get almost 2 out of it. So what I mean by that is that you can always do maybe a slightly shallower bag or shallower on the top. If you did something like that on the top and a shallower bag to keep the kind of aspect of it, you could do that. From the point of view of the lining, I think lining you've only got enough to do 1, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. But I think that the when you've got the instructions, it's because there's a contrast piece on there. You need the amount to get the contrast piece.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's why they put. That's why they put a meter. Well, I mean, so you've got the rest to use like as a purse, or I think this kind of stuff is really nice for things like spectacle cases, or
yeah, no, that's true.
You know, those where you need them to be a little bit more sturdy.
Would actually, yeah, because you could just make a simple pouch, couldn't you, to put glasses in?
Yeah.
Because it's so sturdy.
Just fold it over at the end. There we go. So we've got 2 pieces together there. On the one that I did at home, I just kept the tacking, because I hand tacked it, I just kept the tacking down the pleat, just because it just kind of keeps it all together, but obviously on this one I didn't, so I've just lost a little bit of the point on the pleat there, can you see? So if you are doing it obviously yourselves, just make sure you do hand tack down, and then it keeps that pleat together, and you can just remove it afterwards, you just you know, pull it apart afterwards. The other thing that I thought about as well when I was doing this bag, that would make a really nice skirt front.
Yes, it would, wouldn't
it?
Yeah.
But obviously not the size. You'd have to, unless you were very sweet.
Well, that was the idea when I originally designed it, was that it was a way of practicing if you've never done inverted pleats and knife pleats. Get it right on a bag.
Yes.
And then you can use that
wherever you like,
things.
yeah. Now on the pattern, it does say that to iron this down and just top stitch along. I don't feel it needs it.
Yeah, with this
on this fabric, so I didn't.
Yeah.
And I'm not. But you can if you want to. If you're using different fabric, what you would do is just make sure that the lining goes down, and then you tack. So you would sew along to mimic where the seam was, anchoring your seam allowance downwards. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now we're going to put the bag front together. And literally all you're going to do is make sure that you match your seams, because that's quite important to have them all lining up. So take your 2 seams and just match them along, and then pop a pin in there. And then once we've done that, I'm going to sew all the way round, and then I will show you how to do the corners. So if you've got any more cat pictures.
Do we have any cat pictures, or shall I recap?
Oh yes, I suppose we've got to show you what we're selling, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's not all about the cat pictures.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll show the bundle. While you're going around the...
while I'm going around the outside.
So it's got nothing to do with the bag that we're making. This is all to do with the cat bundle. We've got this brand new collection that we launched at 8 o'clock this morning called Cat in a Box. We've got lots of different bundles. We've got some with 4s, one with 3s. This is the main bundle. This has one of all of the fabrics in it. The main fabric being the feature fabric, the Cat in the Box fabric. £76.89. And we've been asking you all morning, please send us photos of your cats in boxes. And we are doing that all day today. And just send them to studio@sewingstreet.com. They are in honour of Hannah's brand new favourite fabric collection. Oh, I like that. Not a cat in a box, but Harry in the overlocker cover I made from the bag received from your previous incarnation. Oh, that's fab. So, Helen, you've made that from the Sewing Quarter, because they were fabric tote bags, like calico tote bags. And you made an overlocker cover with a cat in it. I think that definitely counts as a box. I love it.
Well, the cat thinks it's a box.
The cat thinks it's a box. If you want to buy any of the fabrics in the Cat in the Box range, we've got them all by the half metre as well. Just go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down. You will see them all there. Oh, we've got another one. This is my cat, Mr. Jinx, in the vet box. Only time he liked the vet, from Pam in Scotland. Fantastic. I think they just like hiding. Maybe that's what it is. Cats in boxes.
It's like, keep out of my way. I'm just
hiding.
having a rest.
But it's the cat. I'm still liking the cat in the cereal box.
It's a bit like us going under the duvet.
So it's really popular. I think as you will be watching at different times, and I've sent you some pictures, you're loving it. It's really popular. The lovely fabrics in it. I like the cats in the plant pots as well in it. Look at that one. That's lovely. So these are available in the big bundle, £76.89, but they're also available by the half metre as well. Brand new today. Less than 20.
Those little ones where you've got the little cat's faces.
Yeah, I think they're really nice mix of fabrics, aren't they? Because you've got just the small print that gives them a bit of interest, but they're quite nice with just the little print.
I think you could
Really
make a nice set of cat's pyjamas.
Right, let's put the cats to one side.
Yes.
So,
sorry.
The bundle that Jules is working with, which is the roses one. Well, there's two. There's either roses with the pleather, PU leather handles, or there's the roses with the. This is pleather, so you get 1 metre of the tapestry fabric that's for the outside. You get ½ metre of the cream cotton lining fabric. You get 2 pieces of PU leather in a lovely proper tan traditional leather colour for the handles, and you get the instructions. If you would prefer to have it with, let's see that one, webbing handles, that's it here. So this is the most popular one so far. I love this print. So you get 1 metre of the rose fabric, you get ½ metre of the cream fabric, you get, there are only 4 of these left now, you get 2 pieces of cotton webbing for the handles. Are they metres? Yeah.
Yeah.
2 metre pieces. And then you obviously get the instructions. Once you've got the instructions, you can then make more bags. The original bag I made was from a jumper. I was writing something about how to use jumpers. So I bought an old Aran cable jumper from a charity shop, put it in the washing machine really, really hot, so it shrank and felted, and then I used it and I made a bag out of that. It looked amazing because it pleats really well. If you want the instructions on their own and you want to make a bag from an old jumper, like I did, looks fab, we do have some available on their own. They're $9.99 if you want. There's about a handful. They obviously do come in the bundle. So once you've got your bundle, you can make another one. Velvet would look nice, actually, wouldn't it? It's a posh bag. But anyway, if you want them on their own, you can buy them on their own, $9.99. So those are the bundles that Jules has been working with. So where have we got to now?
So sewn all the way around the outer fabric. So now we're going to box the corners, which is another skill that is, we use it all the time making bags. So what you need to do is to get yourself a little template. I've made this, so it's either 5 by 5 centimetres or 2 by 2 inches. Doesn't matter as long as you're consistent. Yeah. So I've just put my little template on there, and you'll mark it very accurately and you'll do the job really carefully. This is for hearing television, not seeing television.
Yes. When you're at home, you'll be marking, yes.
Accurately. That will be accurate enough. And then what you do, I love doing bags like this. You pull out the corners and you want to line up the two seams at the bottom. And if you want to, nest them. So push the seam allowance one way on one side and the other way on the other side so that they snuggle together. And then all you'll need to do is to make sure that the ends where you've cut it, you're actually lining those up. So that all should be a nice straight line across there. I would put a pin down the seam in the centre, and then you sew across with your seam allowance, whatever your seam allowance is that you've been using all the way along. So it could be 1.5 centimetres, it could be 5/8 of an inch. And if you wanted to make that super strong, you'd go twice. So now what you've got is a boxed corner. So if you're turning it the other way around, which we will need to do in a second anyway. That's what you got on the other side, which is a really neat corner. And that's what gives you the width to give the expanse in the bag, along with the pleat that you've got. So that's your outside done for the moment. Pop that to the one side. So now what you want to do is you want to take your lining fabric, which on this one is contrast, it's like a creamy colour.
Yeah.
And then what you're going to do, I know this is the other fabric, but I'd run out of this fabric for the moment. So you're going to
but there is enough.
Yes,
normally.
there is enough. So you're going to imagine that you've got that in this fabric.
Right.
So you'll cut 2 of those, you'll cut 2 of the lining main body pieces, and then what you're going to do, so this is the width, so imagine there's a lot more length there. You can see I was running out of fabric, but I wanted to kind of jump ahead.
Making sense, yes. So that's the width of the piece for the lining.
So what you're going to do is you're going to gather this top.
Yeah.
So instead of doing our pleats now, we're gathering to get the same width here. And the way that I like to gather is do a really long stitch, the longest you can get. Do a stitch about 1/4 of an inch down from the top, and then one about 1.5 inches down from the top. So I don't know, about 1 centimetre, and then about 4 centimetres down.
Right.
So, and then what you'll do is you'll pull them together. The reason I do 2 is the first one will be within your seam allowance, and the second one will be out of it.
Right.
So that means that when you've actually assembled it, you've still got the gathers because they're caught in your seam allowance.
Yes, yeah,
but
makes sense.
you can press it so it looks nice on the other side. So you just do a long running stitch and then pull the bobbin thread to gather everything up and fit it into there.
Okay.
Yeah? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So then what will happen is that.
That's what you end up with.
So you end up with your gathering. You see I've done it in contrast thread. To be honest, everything's hidden. So if you can match your threads, great, but you know, don't hassle if you can't. So everything's underneath there and attached to the top. So when you're looking at it the other way around, and by the way, you do exactly the same. You box your corners and you leave a gap, because that's going to be a turning gap. But just showing you from this side, that's what the contrast will look like. No, it looks quite nice actually. It's a good contrast.
It does look really nice. Oh, I see now why you didn't have enough fabric, because you'd used it on that one. Okay.
Why did they not send you enough fabric?
They don't send you enough. But it looks, the two colours go really well
I'd
together,
advanced ahead. So now what you've got is an outside bag and an inside bag. So you need to now think about putting your handles on.
Okay.
So with the handles that you've got a metre. What you want is just shy of a metre for each. So you need 2 metres. It doesn't come in a 2 metre, it comes in 2 separate 1 metres. What you could do, and it's entirely up to you now, if you want to do it as per the pattern, then you would have 65 centimetres. So that is, you're doing it along the other side. Oh no, there we go. So that's that. And that makes it quite a nice handle.
Yes.
You're left with that. So if you think you can't use that, perhaps on something else, what you could do is make a 50 centimetre handle, which would give you that, which would be a closer... It depends. I mean, I'm quite broad on the shoulder, so it depends on how close you want it to be.
Yes.
Or whether you want it a handle like that. Or you could have it as
a really super long handle.
You could. Yeah, you could use it as a metre and that would be it. You wouldn't have to be cutting or anything. It would be down to there. So it's entirely your call at this point, but the pattern asks for 65 centimetres. So we will chop it off.
That's probably just because I put it over my shoulder and thought that'll do.
Yeah.
Or I already had a bag that was that measurement. It's no science.
It's not rocket science.
It's just like, oh, I like that.
Yeah, but that's what you do at home. If you've got a pattern, obviously you follow your pattern. Yeah. But there are, even though you've got a pattern, you've got a choice as well.
It's a bit like if you're making a bag that you know you're going to be wearing over a thick coat.
Yes.
It needs to be a bit stronger. Because you know you've got a bag, you've been wearing it in the summer, and then you put your thick coat on and you can't actually get it on your shoulders.
Up your shoulders.
You'll need your straps a bit longer then.
Yeah, exactly. So what you want to do is you want to mark again the centre of where your bag is. So I'm doing this on the outer part of the bag. So I just want it so that both sides are equal, and this gives you like a lining up point on there. And then we are looking at going, I think it's 2 inches, 5 centimetres. I think 5 centimetres. So from the outside of the bag. So if you measure your 5 centimetres or your 2 inches, that's thereabouts. And that'll be where your bag handle sits. Now remember, you're having the bag handle inside your bag. So don't do that to have it up way. You need to have it down the way, if that makes sense. And 5 centimetres on each side. So let's do another 5.
So if you're using the webbing,
yep,
is it the same? Is there any difference?
The webbing's a bit thicker, isn't it? So there's no difference in how you stitch it. There's no difference in how you...
It's wider.
Would place it.
Okay.
No, you could have it the same. What you could do is pop it like that and just see what it looks like. So if that was my bag and I had the webbing's a bit wide.
It is wider, yes.
So I might want to shift it slightly towards the edge of the bag, just so it balances it a little bit more.
But I guess if you clip it on, then you can just play with it.
If you clip it like that and then just have a quick looky-loo at it. So that's where you're going to put your handles. So we'll get that one on that side. Let's get the other one on the other side. We might. Do you think we might?
What?
Finish your bag?
You've got about 5 minutes. Just looking worried now.
Whether I faff about or not. It's the faffitudes. So, cut the same amount for the other side and place it exactly the same. Now I've done one, so that's where my clip is there. I think on the one that I had,
This one that you made earlier?
Yeah, so I didn't realise until I'd done it, apologies, but just have a look, because some of the PU, there was a joining seam in it, and I didn't realise, so my joining seam was on the outside.
Oh, okay.
Which it doesn't matter, but if I'd have realised, it would have looked,
right.
Yeah, it would have looked neater if I'd have done it the other way.
Just try it on for size. Yeah, that's perfect, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I love that.
Sure, name Burglar Bill.
Thank you very much.
So what I would do then is just tack it on, because you don't want things shifting about, and you're looking at quite a reasonable bulk of stuff going on here. So just, again, in your seam allowance, just do a quick tack. And it just means that you're not fiddling around with clips and stuff as you're trying to go around the bag. And then the other side. Clip them both on. And then what we're going to do is put the outer bag inside the inside bag, inside the lining, and then sew all around the top. So by doing that, you'll trap these handles in and you'll finish the top off, just in case we don't get time to do it. But I think we're nearly there. And the reason I've left, obviously, the gap in the lining is because that's where I'm going to pull everything through. Okay, so you want the wrong side of the bag on the outside. So you're doing insides to insides, so right sides to right sides. And it doesn't really matter which way you put it, as long as you line your seams up and make sure that the handles are between the right side of the bag and the right side of the lining. Otherwise you'll be all over the place.
Yeah.
And then just pin around the top. So line up your big seams first. And again, if you haven't opened them, made them open and flat, just nest the seams. And actually I want to pin it rather than clip it. Although it's quite thick, I don't want it to shift, and pins will hold it just that little bit firmer. Right, there we go. And that's it.
Quite nice that side of the fabric, doesn't it? You've got like a black rose.
Yeah. So let's make sure I'm doing it right. Right sides to right sides, handles are on the inside. Okay. Well, how many times?
Oh yeah, loads.
You think you'd learn?
And twisted handles.
Yeah, I think the handles are all right. I just check them.
Or what I do quite often is I measure like the outside of the handle, the distance from that to the side seam, but then I'll have one handle that's the inside of the handle to the side seam.
Yeah.
And then when you turn it out like yours and they match up. There's so many times I've done it and they don't.
I think when you do it, you just do one side and then use that side against the other one.
Yes.
Because you do forget, and you know, the phone will go, or somebody will say, "Where's my tea?" and you know, you've forgotten completely. Right, okay, I'm going to sew all the way around, and then we should be about done, I reckon. So I don't think I need to take my little arm off. I'm all right, I think. So let's go. I'll just make that a little bit. It's quite bulky at the top there, so you might just want to make it slightly, and just be careful over your handles because you've got lots of thickness going on. But this, I'm using the 570 today. It's fine.
Whizzes through the tapestry.
Yeah. He's doing well. And one side might be, the one side that I've done here might be a little bit bunchier, but
Shh. But it's good to see the whole thing come together. So it's a really good way of, practicing your pleats, seeing how it works as far as measurements go.
Pleats, bottoms, gathers.
Yeah. So the bundle that Jules is doing with at the moment, that she's doing the one with the PU leather handles. It does say leather on there, but they are actually PU. $29.99. So you get a metre of this gorgeous rose design. I love that. This is my favourite one. Really nice. Metre of that. Single figures of this now. So if you want this bundle, you do need to get it in your basket and check out. You get half a metre of the cream lining fabric, 2 metre lengths of the PU leather for the handles, and obviously the full instructions. If you would prefer it with webbing handles, exactly the same, but you get 2 1 metre pieces. There's only 3 of this. There's only 1 of this one remaining if you wanted that one. The one that these samples made of, that's this one here, the one that the sample made, is this one. So you get a metre piece of the tapestry fabric. Gorgeous. You get half a metre of the cotton fabric. You get 2 metre pieces of the PU leather handles. And obviously you get the instructions too, so you know what you're doing. Now, if you prefer that with webbing, then it comes exactly the same. So you get the metre of the tapestry and the half a metre of the cotton. But you get this gorgeous metre lengths of this lovely turquoise webbing. Beautiful, isn't it? And it really goes well with this. I think that's a lovely contrast. So that's the same fabric with that one. There are 2 more kits, same fabric, but you have to just choose your handle type. There is, let me show you the backing, the fabric. It's like a large Aztec print. I really like the blue on it. Look at this lovely sort of oceany sea blue. You get a metre of that, half a metre of this biscuity tan colour. Then you get 2 metre pieces of the PU leather. Look how nicely that colour goes. It's like a burgundy colour, but it goes really well with the reds in here. 2 metre pieces of that, and obviously the full instructions. If you want the same kit, but with webbing handles, there you go, let's put that there. This is exactly the same, but you get the same Aztec print and the same biscuity coloured cotton, but you get a pale blue. And I like that one contrasts really well because it picks up the blue in here. So you get 2 metre lengths of that, and obviously the instructions as well. So you just need to choose the 3 different tapestry fabrics, and then you just choose whether you want the PU or whether you want the canvas. So Jules, hang on, she's just ironing. One moment.
There you go. Just ironing the middle bit.
Oh, that's lovely. Look at that.
Et voila.
So this is the only way we're not to get the rose fabric is that bundle there. That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, I quite like that.
That is really nice. Well, it's very sturdy, isn't it, in that fabric?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's good. And then obviously if you want to, you can top stitch. I was just pressing that down. But you do, with this fabric, you know how you roll to get the seam. You do really have to work on that because it's very sturdy fabric.
Okay.
But once you've done that, you can just give it a good old press. And then if you want to top stitch it, go ahead. It's absolutely fine. I can't remember. I don't think I top stitched that. I can't. No, I did.
You did.
I did top stitch
it. But it looks very sturdy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like a proper bag.
Yeah.
You put a lot in it.
Just take out.
But I guess also by it being small at the top, then you could put a magnetic clasp on if you wanted to hold it together.
You could. Yeah.
But the fabric works really well with that.
And you could do all sorts of sort of interior pockets in there if you wanted to.
True. On that lining fabric, couldn't you?
Yeah.
True. Well, thank you very much.
Really nice.
It's been such a pleasure.
Thank you.
We will see you back here at 11 o'clock with Christmas storage. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes. Please do keep sending in your cats in boxes. Loving seeing those, and we will show you, we'll put them on air as they come in. I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time for number 11 of Bird of the Month. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com, You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Sorry. It is Bird of the Month, number 11. Now, traditionally, on our Bird of the Month, if you look at our big quilt, the Robin was in December, but if you watched it earlier, I said I've moved him to November because I really wanted to make, look, a Christmas table runner. I love the idea. I've got one that I use at Christmas. It's a bit rubbish, to be honest, in that it's just a piece of fabric. It's got tassels at the end, but this one I fancy doing something that was a little bit more complex. So it is the double patch, what have I called it? The double star. So in the centre, you've got the robin with just the stars round. It's really easy to do as well. It's formed of 3 blocks, and if you want to make it longer, you just repeat them. And then either side of it, you've got the double star. So you've got the inside ones here, that star, and then the outer star like that. And what I've done is I've tried to use, because I wanted to use plain fabrics to make it simpler for you to be able to buy a kit and have makes it easier rather than being specific fabrics. Also, if you buy the instructions, you want to use your own fabrics, it's easier to do and change a bit with using by using sort of simple colours. And I think it works quite well in light green, dark green and red. Obviously, if you're making this yourself and using your own fabrics, you can do whatever you like. But I would say with the background fabric, it needs to be quite a contrast. You could swap it around and you could have darker fabric as all these background where I've got the grey and have the lighter fabrics for the triangles, but you do need that contrast to get this double star effect so that you get the inner star and the outer star. Anyway, that's the full, actually I did write on here, I've got to remember how big it is. So it's 16 inches wide and 48 inches long. So you just put it along your table like this. But if you want your to be longer, if you've got a bigger table, all you need to do is repeat these because there are 3 blocks. They're made as separate things. If you replete the outer block and add those on, then you can add more. Now, you can put whatever bird you want on this. So if you wanted to have more robins, just buy more robin panels to put on it. Or if you want to use any of the other birds, I mean, it doesn't have to be, it's a Christmas table runner. I know it's got stars, but depending on what fabrics you use and what birds, doesn't need to be. The other thing is that the blocks themselves are 16 inches square, so they make perfect cushions. So if you wanted to make cushions instead, you could make a cushion from the double star or a cushion from the centre. Right, now I've explained all of that. Now we have got various options of things that you can do with this. So we've got a complete kit. In the complete kit is the full instructions of how to make the double star table runner, pictures, walkthroughs, exactly how to do it, tips, photos, everything that you need to know how to make it. We've also got the panel, which is the full robin. So you get, on one end of it, you get the robin. He's 10.5 by 10.5 inches, and you get 2 robin labels. And then you get 5 strips. They are all your standard 2.5 inch width, which is what you always have if you're doing a design roll. And they're 43 inches length, so almost the same length as a full fabric width, which is normally between 42 and 44, and you get 5 of those. Now, I haven't used any of these in the table runner, but what you could do is you could use these to bind it if you wanted to, if you didn't want to use any other binding fabric. But I didn't use them because I wanted to have the reds and the greys. So that's in the kit. Also, you get a fat quarter of the dark green, a fat quarter of the light green, a fat quarter of the red, and I'm pretty sure, we were talking about this earlier, and I said I'd check, and I forgot. Yeah, it's a metre of the star fabric, the silver spot fabric, so that's used as the background. So the full kit for $32.99 is everything that you need to make the runner except for the wadding and the backing. Now, I haven't included that because I know a lot in the kit, because I know a lot of you have already got wadding or you've got backing and you don't need to use that. But I used backing for mine. I used an extra wide backing that we stock because I wanted to see, it was a backing that I hadn't used before, and I didn't want to piece it, so I just wanted to, you could use, for the backing you need 60 by 142 centimetres. So you could use a length of normal fabric, but I used this and I was just really surprised. I chose it because I like the pattern on it. It's absolutely beautiful. I've never quilted with it before. It's really, really soft. And so easy to quilt. I found as well when I was layering it up, so I had this right side down on my kitchen table with the wadding and then the pieced front on top. It layers beautifully. It sort of sticks to the wadding. I think because it's, although it's normal quilting weight, it felt a bit finer, but it is beautifully soft. The difference I got in being able to press it and quilt it compared to other fabrics was amazing. So I said to them, well, because I've used that, we really need to put that on there. It's ever so wide. Look how wide it is. Now, you will need to buy, because you need 60 by 142. This is half a metre. Now, I've said 60 because I always like to have a lot of extra bit for half, but there's enough you could use. Look, if you look there, you can use half a metre. That will be enough to back it, but it's absolutely beautiful. It's Ruby Star Society backing fabric. I mean, look how wide it is. It's massive. But you know how it is with these fabrics when you haven't used different ones. It's always a really pleasant surprise when you find something. I'll definitely be buying this again because it's just beautiful to sew and quilt with. And we have them on different colours as well. It's quite a nice festive one though. It's not, I thought it'd be quite nice to put a different fabric, but if you've not used one of these extra wide backings, I think for $12.99 it's fantastic value, but this is super top quality. I said, we've got to put that on there because I love it. Right, if you don't want to buy all of the the kit, if you don't want to use all those fabrics, you want to use your own, we do have another bundle which is just the robin panel and the instructions. Yeah, the image that's on the website is a bit confusing, but this is it, $18.99. You get the panel and the instructions. So if you want to use your own fabrics to make the table runner, or if you're thinking you'd rather make a cushion, you can do that, because each of those squares is 16 inches. So you can mix and match the designs. But if you don't want to buy all the fabrics that I've used for the runner, then $18.99 you can buy the full instructions, tells you everything you need to know, and the panel itself, $18.99. That's that one there. Option number 3, gets really complicated, doesn't it? Option number 3, if you just want to buy the instructions, so if you don't want the panel, if you just want to buy this. Now, the way that I have written it is that I do tell you the size of the robin. So if you want to just buy the instructions and you don't want to put a bird in the centre, or you want to put something else or a different bird, the instructions do tell you the size to cut the centre one out. So it's fine, it's not assuming that you've bought the panel. So if you want the instructions on their own, they're $9.99, and that will tell you everything you need to do to make the panel, well, to make the blocks, and then you can make the panel as well. That's that one. Now, if you want just the robin panel, which is here, remember you've got the robin that's 10.5 inches square. That's $9.99, and then you get sorry, the 5 fabric strips. Over half of these have gone already. And yeah, so that's quite a few. That's quite a lot. So on the robin, it's 10.5 inches square. And remember, you get the 5 strips, which are all 2.5 inches wide. You can use them for lots of other things. Now, if you've been following Bird of the Month for 11 months with me, you'll know that you can use any of the birds with any of the instructions, and any of the instructions with any of the birds. So I have used, although in this runner I didn't actually use the strips, I've used them in loads of the other projects, so they're really, really useful. And the great thing is they are designed in prints and colours that blend beautifully with the panel as well. So that's that one. Right, are we doing the small panel next? Now, we do have all of the panels for all of the birds as well, which I'm going to talk to you about in a minute. But we've also got this, and I love this. Look at it. So this, I'm thinking I would really like this to make a miniature quilt. So on this panel, you have got all of the birds, that are featured across all of our 12 months, plus the bonus birds as well. I've just spotted them because we had 2 bonus birds, because some people didn't like some, and I've just realised we have got those on. And we've got printed pieces as well that go. So I've just spent the weekend making the full quilt for the very end of the show, and I've cut out all the individual birds, but these are miniature versions of them. These are all 5 inches square. So you could make a miniature quilt. Oh, I feel like I need to do it. But these are gorgeous, aren't they? Loads and loads of you have been buying these. I know that a lot of you like to do with them is cut them out. You can cut them out like as 9 squares to make a cushion. You can cut out the individual ones. They're like your normal charm packs, which are 5 inches square. So you can use them for those, loads of different things. You can make wall hangings with them. Use just 1 square to cover the front of a notebook. They're just gorgeous, aren't they? So you've got every single one. So you've got like the robin and the owl, and the owl's the replacement, the pigeon, the owl, for the people who didn't like the pigeon. You've got the August jay, the July starling, the April blue tit, the November long-tailed tit, October goldfinch, September goldcrest. I can't believe I remember these. March bullfinch, December robin. And that was the replacement long-tailed tit. They're lovely, aren't they? So that is sorry, I'm going to cough. $14.99. And you get, how many on there? 40 5-inch squares. Now, all of the other panels so far, there are 10 as well as this one, are all on pre-order. Now, I'm not going to go through every single one of them. I've got a whole bundle of them here. Look, there they all are. But it will take ages. So if there's any in particular that you want to see, please message into the studio and I'll let you know. If you go onto the website, www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live. If you then scroll down, you will see all of the different panels. So there's the panel on its own. There's the instructions on their own. So click on pre-order and then scroll down. And then you can see then all of the different months. So if there's any that you've missed, when I move over to the other desk in a minute, you'll see the finished quilt behind me, so you can see how it works. So if you've never seen or watched Bird of the Month, what am I on about? We've had a different bird every single month, and we put them all together into a quilt at the end. But also what I've done is every month I've used, because every bird panel is the same size, I have created a different project. All of the panels work with all of the instructions. All of the instructions work with all the panels. So if you want to make a peg bag, a robin peg bag, then you need to buy the peg bag instructions and the robin panel, or, you know, vice versa. If you want to make a book cover, that'd be a good Christmas present. All the Dresden cushion, they're all there as well. So all of the instructions work with all of the panels and vice versa. So they're all on there. I'm not going to show you them all because there are so many of them. So you just need to decide which one you want to do. Elliot's shaking his head at me. Right, okay, so I'm going to go over to the set one in a minute. Blow my nose. And I'm going to show you how to make the robin. Let me take him with me. One moment. Right, let's just move over. Ta-da! Right. So there he is at the front of the desk. Have I got him the right way up for you? Is that okay? But it would make a nice cushion, I'm thinking. So anyway, I've written myself some instructions. Basically, start off by cutting out all the fabric. That's the really most important thing. All the instructions tell you all the pieces that you need to cut out. They're made in the main by half square triangles. Now, the most efficient way of making a half square triangle is you can make them in 2s, 4s, 8s, up to you. I have done them in 4s. I know, I've got my own. Yes, you do get full instructions, but I've written my own so I can remember how to do it. Now, what you're going to be doing is making a lot of half square triangle units. So at the beginning of the instructions, I explained to you how to do that. And then you have big ones and small ones. So the big ones are the ones here. That's a half square triangle unit, the outer star. And then you have small ones for the inner stars. They are both made in the same way. You just use different size pieces of fabric. Now, I've done all the maths for you. This is an outer star. You have to have 2 squares. You have one in the silver, the background colour, and one in another colour. In the instructions, it tells you exactly how to do that. So put your 2 squares right sides facing, and then, let me get to the pin cushion, pin together all the way round. Now, the reason that I'm doing them like this is because you need quite a lot of them. It's just quicker to do them in groups. I particularly like this method because I think it's quite quick as well. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to sew it together, which seems really odd because we're making 4 triangles. We're going to sew it together all the way around the edge using a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and that's really important that you do that. Is that a 1/4 there? Yeah. Start in the middle of one side, no particular reason, it's just I think it's easy to start in the middle of one side and sew it together all the way round. Okay. Now I've given, when you create either pairs or 4s or 8s of half square triangles, you can cut the squares. There is a minimum size to cut them to, but I find it easier to piece and cut and then trim, have enough allowance later on in case you've done your sleeve allowance slightly wrong. So I've given you quite a decent allowance in these. I'll show you what I mean when I cut them up, so that you can trim them afterwards. So this is a really good way as well of learning how to do half square triangles and 4s. So that when you finish, just go back over the seam that you started by a couple of centimetres or an inch or whatever. Right, now what we're going to do is give it a press to start with, just to set the seam, because it's a bit wrinkly, isn't it? But if we give it a press, that just sets the seam. Right, then, actually, is that not plugged in? Yeah, there we go, that's better, isn't it? Just get a rotary cutting ruler, doesn't have to be a massive one. We're not using it for measuring, we're just using it for a straight line. And a rotary cutter. Ooh, that one's even got a blade in it. Trick rotary cutter. That'll be the one without the blade. Right. Turn it over to the rotary cutting side. Now what I'm going to do is cut from one diagonal to the other. In the instructions I've put in pictures of this, so it's really easy to understand. So cut from one diagonal to the other. Now the first time I did this I thought, I can't see how that's going to work, but it does, honestly. So you cut from one diagonal to the other. Now don't move anything, because you need it to stay nice and solid. Either move your mat round or you move round to the other side of the table, because you don't want to move this. And then cut from that diagonal to that diagonal. There we go. Right. Now you've got 4. That was obviously not very sharp. 4 triangles. So let's turn back over onto the pressing side. Press them now open towards the darkest fabric. Now the way I do this, because I've done so many of them the other week, is press it over with your fingers first. It just helps to get it to go over if you do it that way, otherwise it tends to bend a bit. Press it over to the darker fabric and then turn it over and just press it from the front, just to make sure, because sometimes when you press on the other side it doesn't always, look, you can see on that one that a little bit has got caught in, so always press from the right side as well, just to make sure. And you do that with all of them. Press it towards the darker side and then press it from the front. By pressing it over to the darker side, it does mean that when you join them together they'll nest better, and it also means that it won't show. So you do that with all of them, and it's odd, isn't it? Because now from those 2 squares, which I remember the first time I didn't think that would work, but it does. You get 4 half square triangles, and this is a much more, it's quicker, but it's also a more economical method of just do it to the dark side. To the dark side. Always over to the dark side. It's a more economical way of cutting fabric as well, and quicker. So now I've got 4 of them, but they will be too big. Now whether you're doing the little ones for the inner star or the big ones for the outer star doesn't really matter, but you just need to, their work done in the same way. The instructions tell you about trimming. Now when you come to trim these, place them so you've got the diagonal line going like this, and take your rule. It doesn't matter which rotary cutter rule, nearly all rulers will have a 45-degree angle on them. So make sure that your 45-degree angle goes along there. Now I'm going to trim these to 4.5 inches square. If you look at them, you can see that they are, oh, this one has an extra, Does it have an extra inch on it? No, it doesn't have. I thought that one had an extra 1/4 of an inch. You can see that these are sort of almost 5 inches square, and I've done that because it gives you an allowance, because you will get a neater finish if you cut it like that. So what I do is I want these to be 4.5 inches. So I'll make sure that this is central. So I've got about 1/4 of an inch here, and I can see I've got about 1/4 inch. But the most important thing is to make sure this diagonal line runs along the seam line. So trim that off, turn it round, and then place your 4.5 inch line along this side and trim that side. Turn it round again. Doesn't matter now about the line because you know that that's in the centre. And again, you've got to do your 4.5 inches. But what you need now is to put one edge on the top point, and then your 4.5 inches, you can see, is at the bottom point. Make sure this line lines up here. So trim off that side, and then trim off that side. Make sure again that the sides of the top are aligned. By spending a little bit of extra time getting this accurate, it will make the whole joining thing together. Because now, I'm not going to do all of them, I've got a perfect 4.5 inch square, half square triangle. That line goes diagonally exactly through from there to there. Having that extra allowance and making the square, the starting square just a tiny bit bigger really helps, because when you look at that one, you know, that looks sort of slightly skewy, it's got the edges on it, but if you can get them accurate at this stage, it makes it a lot easier. So do that. It will explain in the instructions. You do that with all of the outer square ones and the inner square ones. Now, I'm going to show you first, there are 2 different sorts of blocks. There's the outer blocks, I think I call them, and the bird blocks. I'm going to show you an outer block first. So you start off by doing the centre section, which is formed of dark green and light green. All you do for this is you take, all these are cut in advance. You've got a light green and a dark green, join them together, and then a dark green and a light green, and you join them together. I might just press that over. Up to you whether you press it to one side or open. I'm going to press it over to the darker side. Always just pop it over just to make sure that it's pressed open neatly. And then now just join them together so that the opposite colours are matching. I'll lay them like that so you see. So it's like a checkerboard. Most important thing is to make sure that this centre seam matches up. But because we pressed them both over to the dark side, you can actually nest these seams. And when I do that, I just roll my fingers until you can feel the seams butting up. Have a little double check to make sure that they're joined up. But put a pin over the centre. And then put a pin here. Right, and then sew this centre section together using your 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then, I mean, everyone has their own preferences as whether they press seams open or to one side. I tend to press seams to one side when I'm going to be joining at centres like this so that they nest. But when I get too much bulk, once I'm getting to things like that where I'm joining rows, I'll often press them open. Now, there's no right or wrong way. If you always press open or you always press to one side, that's absolutely fine. I just tend to do that because I find it lies flatter. So there is the centre section done. So the next one, read the notes, is we're going to join the whole thing together. So we're going to make the inner star. Now, in the instructions, I have put photos of the arrangement, as you see. So all you have to do is copy the arrangement. What I've done is I've arranged the outer blocks in a slightly different colour arrangement to the bird block. That's up to you whether you do that, but I think it just looks nice that you don't have the colours clashing so much. So all of those outer star triangles, the inner star ones are made in exactly the same way. The only difference is that obviously the piece of the square that you cut originally is smaller and you trim them smaller, but they're all made in the same way. So all you've got to do is take the photo, I mean I can follow my block here, and just copy it all. Lay it all out in the order and double check it as you're going along, because it's quite funny when you do it, you think, well, I can't, you feel like it's right, but you need to just double check it. So you've got the outer squares are all plain squares. I'm just trying to copy the pattern when I go along now. It's not a massive block, so it's easier to lay it out, and then you can be sure you've got it right. There's a green one down there. I mean, you could lay them out in whatever way you want. It was just that I worked this out so that I didn't really want any of the colours here clashing with any of the colours on the outer stars. But, you know, you can arrange it in whichever way you like. But if you cut them all, you will have the right number in the order that I've shown you. So where am I missing? A red is down there. But I've done these in exactly the same way, and I've pre-trimmed them all beforehand. So once you've done that and I've laid them all out, just double check against the other one, because you need to have the colours together in there to create the star shape. So if you just double check you've got that. When I did one of them, I turned them round and they didn't really work very well. So what you do next is join these two. I think that's the way I did it. And then join those two. Yep. So to do this, take two of them and place them right sides facing. Now it's really important that this seam matches up. I mean, you've trimmed them exactly so that it will do. You've got the points there, but just to double check, if you open them out, yeah, and lay them down like that, you can see that one is sitting exactly on top of the other. Oop. Right. So I'm just going to sew that one together. It's up to you whether you can pin all of these sections and then sew them, but that's up to you. But I find it's easier to do it this way, because I know, because I've made mistakes myself, it's easier to sort of think that your stitch is one and then forget where it's gone. It's kind of easier, particularly if you've got it next to you, next to your sewing machine, is to pin, sew, put it back and do it that way round. Now, if you want to buy the whole kit to make exactly the runner that I've done, you've got, with enough fabric, you've got everything you need. If you want to buy the, what's happened? Sorry. No, I sewed that and I really wasn't concentrating. I was talking about bird blocks. Right, sorry. Really wasn't concentrating. If you want to buy a kit for the whole package, so the bird panel, the instructions and the fabrics that I've used, we have put together a kit for that, which is the graphics to at the moment. Do not sew and talk. I think I've mangled that one. Up to you again whether you press the seam. I've pressed this to one side, but it's entirely up to you whether you press it open or to one side. Right, I'm going to sew all of these in like little pairs all the way round now. Right. Sorry, I'm trying to concentrate on my sewing and talking at the same time. Right, if you just want the instructions and the panel, without all of the other fabrics, because you want to use your own fabrics. That's the one that's in the graphics at the moment, $18.99. So you get £1 off, because the panel's $9.99, the instructions are $9.99, but if you buy the instructions and the panel together, it's $18.99. So you could use your own fabrics if you want to make the runner. And remember, you could use them to make just a cushion, because this is 60 inches square. So when you come to do these, do pin them and then sew them. If you just pick them up and then take them to the machine, honestly, like I've just done, between doing that, you forget which side you're supposed to be sewing together. It does help as well. I mean, particularly if you've got a board like this, you don't have to, but it does help if you're sewing and pressing as you go along, because you can just put it back. I know, because I constructed it, and I don't know, you know what it's like when you're not concentrating. It's quite easy to think you've got it right and then go wrong, and then the whole star doesn't work. So it does help to do this, but make sure you match up these diagonal seams and pin them. I mean, once you've done a couple, so this is the outer block that I'm making here, and the two outer blocks are identical. So you could piece these at the same time. So, I mean, if you wanted to do some pinning and sewn together, then like I've pinned that, so I now know that that's the seam to sew down. If I put those two right sides together and pin, then I know that's the seam to sew. That's fine. You can do it that way. And it depends on, some people prefer to sew where they do all of one thing at a time. Other people like to do it like a production line. I tend to make one to see if it works or how it works, and then I'll do the rest as production line. But you can make the two outer blocks at the same time if you want to, because you've cut it out already. There we go, that one goes like that. And just in the instructions, there are photos of all of these stages. So as you're putting it back, double check. Yes, I knew I'd got that wrong. That you've got them the right way round. It's because the orientation of the star is important. If you're making this yourself at home and using other fabrics, you can change the way that the star is done. You can have the dark fabrics as the star and the lighter fabrics as the background for both the inner and the outer star. Have a play with it. It's a good pattern to use to adapt and practice with and do other things, because it's really simple, because it's just half square triangles. Right, so now I've created all of those, I'm going to join this to the top of here. Now the important thing with this is that, let me open it out so you can see, is these points here need to be on this seam here. So place it right sides down, pop a pin through the points, just check where they are, and then put that through the seam. Can you see? Right through the seam. If you're on your ironing board, you can push it right through. Now, put a pin above it and put a pin below it, and then pin either end, and then you know that it will match up. We'll have a look in a minute. So you don't need to take out the bottom pin while you're sewing this, because you're sewing way above it. And by leaving the bottom pin in place, it means that that all stays nicely, so that when you open that up, you've got the seam in exactly the right place. There we go. Do that, and then we can do the one on the bottom. Again, make sure you match up your centre seams. that. And I know this might seem like, well, it's a bit time consuming, but it's worth it because then it all matches up and you get all these lovely little triangles. Oh, it's not high enough up. There we go. And then pin it above it and below it. Once you've made the whole thing, I mean, if you look closely at my finished one, you'll see that not all the points match up and are perfect, and it doesn't really matter. By the time you've layered it with the wadding and you've quilted it, it won't really notice. But to get it as accurate as you can, and also for good practice for other things, it's worth doing this. But you know, if you've joined it together and the points don't match up perfectly, you know, it doesn't need to. That's the charm of patchwork. It doesn't have to be perfect. But so don't worry if you do this, you think, oh, my points aren't perfect. Nobody else will. You're the only person who'll notice. Right, so there's my centre of the whole piece. What's the time? And then we're going to do the outers. So the way you do the outers, sorry, join the outer squares. This is nice and easy because you haven't got to match. Right, that's that one. And join that one. Okay. And then that one. I'm always double checking because, you know, I get them wrong every time. Hang on a minute, I've just got to blow my nose. One moment. Together like that, and then you will make the central star. Now, how long have I got left? I've got 10 minutes. So I'm going to show you how to make the next bit. So once you join them all together, that creates the central star, the inner star. The outer star then, if we look at this, once you've done the inner star here, we're going to add the outer star onto it. Now, this is where the bird and the outer blocks are the same, because the bird block is the same size as the inner star. So this section here is the same as that. So the outer star is put around the assembled inner star or around the bird block. So I'm just going to show you how to do that because it's done in exactly the same way. Otherwise I'm going to run out of time making inner stars. So remember, you need to trim your bird like so. Up to you how it tells you what size to trim him, and then up to you. And then we do it in exactly the same way as I did. And then I'm getting them round the wrong way. Do it in exactly the same way. Now you can see with this outer star that the star is made from the dark fabrics and the background is made from the silver, whereas the inner star was the other way around. That's just the way that it works out quite nicely. Now, if you look at this, again, I said to you before, it's up to you what order you do them, but the outer star on the bird I've done in a different colour order than the outer star that's on the outer blocks, just because then it works better when the two blocks are joined together. So if you make sure that you follow the order, then it will work. But again, because you've made, in the instructions I've explained to you about, make the all the half square triangles in advance, and if you cut out all the squares and all the blocks and everything, you can lay the whole, I laid out the whole lot on my kitchen table and I just played with it. So although you might sort of follow the picture, you might think, well, actually I want all my reds there, you know, you might want more reds or more greens, but just if you've made all this individual pieces like this in advance, then you can just play with it and move it around. There's enough, if you buy the kit, if you've got the extra, there's enough fabric to make a few extra of different colours. So if you decide, actually I would prefer to have that colour block there, it's generous, because when I cut out blocks or strips from fabric, I always like to be able to level up my fabric and trim it every couple of blocks. So I've given you extra allowance, it's not really tight. So if you do need to make extra blocks because you want extra colours, so like for example with this one, you might think, well, I don't want the light green ones, I just want it all alternate red and green. Then you'll be able to do that. You know, there's different ways you can make it your own. So this is assembled in exactly the same way as I assembled the inner star. You join these two together, and then those two together, and those in pairs like that. Oh, I've got 10 minutes, okay. Okay. So when you join these together, that one hasn't been trimmed. Again, it's exactly the same. Lay that one on top of that one. Just pull it back and make sure that they're sitting exactly on top of each other, and then pin them. So that's how it's all formed. When you've made your outer stars, your outer blocks and your bird blocks, just join them together into one long block. Then, really simply, put your backing fabric right sides down, your wadding on top, and then this on top, and then quilt it. Now, what I did, totally up to you, is I thought, oh, it looks quite nice to quilt an extra square inside. I echo quilted, which is a method I quite like. So rather than, if you quilt in the ditch where you're quilting along the seam line, you have to be ever so accurate. And I quite like the echo quilting because I quilted about 1/4 of an inch outside. I've got a walking foot on my machine which had a nice little mark on it, which was just about that, but you could just use a normal foot, to be honest. And I think by stitching about 1/4 of an inch outside the seam lines, it makes those stand out more. And then I quilted around the bird as well. But up to you, you know, or you could just cross-hatch quilt across the whole thing. If I turn it over, you can see that better. But I quilted around the bird, around the edges of the stars. Do as little or as much quilting as you want. Totally up to you. And then just bind the edges. Really, really simple. So it didn't take long. I made it one Saturday afternoon, actually. Didn't take very long at all. And there you go. Perfect for your Christmas table. Right, I'm just going to recap the rest of the bundles. Right. Right, so let's start off with, I took my instructions over there. I'll bring those back. So the bundle that is the whole kit. If you want to make the whole table runner, you will need the instructions. You'll need the robin panel there. You will need a fat 1/4 each of crimson sage, trying to remember the names of them, and fir, I think. And you'll need a metre of the silver spot. And the instructions, and that's everything that you need other than the backing, the wadding. Details of that are in the instructions to make that runner exactly as it is. If you want to make it bigger, add in some of your own fabrics, add more blocks to the edges, but I mean it's quite a nice length already. But remember, that whole kit as well will make 3 cushions if you didn't want to make a table runner, because you've got, you know, there's 3 16-inch squares there, so there's enough to make 3 cushions instead. If you don't want the whole kit, you don't want the extra fabrics, you want to use your own fabrics for the runner. If you want the panel and the instructions together, that's $18.99. So you will save £1 there because the instructions are $9.99 and the panel's $9.99. So to save for $18.99, you can have the panel and the runner instructions, and you could use your own fabrics then. Make your own coloured one. If you want just the panel on its own, now, so I know some of you are collecting them ready for the quilt that we're doing at the very, very end, which was hanging behind me earlier. Some of you are buying more than one because you're using them to make one of the other projects that I've designed, or you're collecting them to the very end. So if you want just the panel on your own, they are selling really fast. So, you know, if you are saving them ready for the quote at the end, you do need to get that in your basket. They're $9.99. If you want just the instructions, because you want to use a different bird, or you don't want to use a bird but you want to make your own double star table runner, there's the instructions on their own, $9.99. Should we do the little birds? The little birds, if you want to make a mini quilt, oh, I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted because I've cut out 14 of these birds to make the full quilt that I'm going to show next month, and it may be so cute as a mini quilt. So there they are. You have got 40, so you've got all the birds, all 14 of the birds, plus, and I think some of the birds, yes, they do. They all come more than once? I don't know. Possibly. But you've also got these lovely coordinating squares that are the same colours. They've all got little patterns on. This one's got leaves. I love that one. It's got like little branches, and that one as well. They're all patterns and prints. They're not all solid colours at all, but they all go with it. So if you're thinking, oh, I'd like to make a project using one of those, or just a cushion, you know, you could cut them out individually and sew them together, or it's quite nice that they've got this little gap round them as well. So you could do that. Right, if you want any of the panels, there are so many of them. Well, we're on 11 now, that I can't get them all out. There's a big stack of them there. They are all exactly the same in that, I'll take the top one off the pile, whatever one that one is. Whatever that one is. Oh, it's March, the bullfinch. So they have all got a 10.5-inch bird with 2 labels, and then they all have coordinating strips. They're 2.5 inches wide, which is your standard jelly roll design roll strip, and they're 43 inches long, which is almost a fabric width, and they all go beautifully. Now, a lot of the projects that I've used, that I've designed, things like the peg bag and the market toe, I've used these strips in them as well. I didn't use that for the runner because it didn't work, but it does for this. So these are brilliant because you've got them to use with projects or for other things as well. So if there's any of the birds that you want, if you go onto www.sewingstreet.com and you click on Watch Live, scroll down and you will see them all there, as well as all of the other instructions that we have that go with it all as well. Right, cat in a box, hourly update. This is our favourite bundle of the day, is cat in a box. Brand new fabric range. Now, it's called cat in a box. The main fabric in it, well, not the main fabric, maybe the largest print, the lead fabric, the large print, is cats in boxes. We love them. Now, in this bundle of fabrics, this is the whole fabric collection. We have got 10 half meters of fabric. So let me show you. We've got cat in a box. We've got cats in flower pots. This is massively popular. These fabrics are also available by the half metre if you want them on their own. But if you want to have the special bundle of one of each of the 10 half metres, look at them. We've got cats' faces. We've got black fish, white fish, blue cats playing with string, purple cats playing with string, cats in vase, cats in pots. They are, that's £76.89, massively popular. Now, we've been asking you all morning, please send us in photos of your cats in boxes. And thank you. It's been brilliant. It's been brilliant. So the latest one, good morning, Clover in a jigsaw box. Oh, see, now that would be quite annoying. Can you imagine carefully having to try and pick the cat up to make sure there's no pieces? I wonder if she's a corner piece, do you think? Is the jigsaw of a cat? That's brilliant. They just love them, don't they? Here's another one. Billy Bob, he loves a box. Love from Pat. He's gorgeous. Billy Bob looks lovely in a box, doesn't he? Oh, there's this is Isabella in the box and Charlie, her brother, patiently waiting his turn. Love that cat in a box fabric from Denise. I think that's brilliant. So do you think Charlie's waiting for Isabella to jump out of the box? So, well, he needs his own box, doesn't he? That's lovely. And that's so, I think those boxes are a little bit too small for them. I don't think that cats realise, do they? I mean, is it which one's on the right? Mocha. That box is tiny. They just love a box, don't they? Love that. It's a lovely fabric range, isn't it? Cat in a box. Anyway, please keep sending in your cat in a box photos. We will be showing them all morning to celebrate our brand new cat in a box fabric range. We haven't got very much left. So if you want some, you really do need to get it in your basket and check out. Anyway, thank you for joining me for Bird of the Month. I will be back. Well, I'll be back in a minute, but I will be back with next. I'm not going now. Next month's Bird in a Month, after Christmas actually. And then, just so you know, we are going to do the final bird, which is the long-tailed wagtail thing, I think. Long wagtail. But what we're going to do is, instead of doing it as a separate project, I'm going to do a couple of shows. I'm going to show you how to make it into a simple quilt. But because I've spent all year with you and this Bird of the Month, I've decided to celebrate it. And I'm designing a bigger quilt. So that's a bit more complex, that uses all of the birds, even the 14 of them. And also I've designed it so it specifically will fit a bed size, because I think that's really important. I've always wanted a quilt that fits a bed size. So I cut it all out on the weekend. I'm going to spend this week sewing it. So join me, I can't remember what it's, just after Christmas, and we will be doing the finale, and I think I've got 2 hours of Bird of the Month. So thank you for joining me so far. I will be back in a couple of minutes with Jules, and we're going to be doing Christmas storage. See you in a bit.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So we've got Jules back with us talking about Christmas storage. But first, we've got a special treat for you. So Jules designed these beautiful wall hangings. When did you?
It seems ages ago now. It must have been early part of the year, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think. I can't remember.
Christmas Day, actually.
Oh, was it?
Did you come on Christmas Day?
I did. Did you not see me? I had my Olaf costume on.
Did you?
Yeah.
Funny enough, I wasn't watching Sewing Street
Well, you
on Christmas Day.
You couldn't see whether you were watching it.
Anyway, there are 3 of them. Now, in the kit, let me show you. So this is one of them. We're not demoing them, we're just selling the kits to you. So there were 3 of them, a turtle one, a lion, and an elephant. Brilliant gift ideas. $19.99. Let me show you what you get. Crashing. But as a special treat, because we've got Jules on as a guest, £9.99.
Woohoo!
£9.99. And in the kit you get, let me show you because it's massive. So to make the turtle one, hang on, I've got to open it, which is called You Are Turtly Awesome. You get the whole panel. Look at the size of it. There's loads here, aren't there? Mm-hmm. And you get the instructions. Now the instructions show you exactly how to do it, how to make the background. You've got the templates. So actually, you've got the templates for all of the animals.
Yes.
So,
and all of the words and everything.
Oh, okay. So you could use the templates for the other animals and use your own fabric.
You could. Yeah, you could.
So
I think the panel, if I remember, you've got everything. You've got front and back on for the panel, I think.
Yes, you have. So you've got everything. So let me show you. This is what you make. Now, that is what it is. So on there, you've got enough to make everything for the front, and you've got the backing as well. Now, these are extremely limited. They will only be £9.99 up until midnight tonight, and then they'll go back up again to £19.99. So, if you would like to have them, or until stocks last, because there's only 8 left of these. But they're gorgeous, aren't they? What a lovely gift for somebody. You are turtly awesome. What a lovely gift to make someone. And you've got so much fabric here, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And if you haven't got the panel, so if you can't manage to get the panel or you don't get it for all of them, it's 2.5-inch strips.
Oh, okay.
So it's your fabric strip.
So once you've got the panel and the instructions, you can make one and then you can make more. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love this under the sea one. So, right, so that's the turtle one. Should be £19.99. There is also an elephant one. Right, there are only 9 elephants left. So the instructions are the same. That's the picture of the elephants. There, you can see that one on screen. Should we have a look at the panel? 7 elephants are remaining. And the panel is great because it's labelled elephant trunk, bubbles, elephant ear, backing panel, feet, eyes, pupils, khaki strips. Bonus fabric. I love that one. Bonus fabric.
They did it on all of them. I'm thinking, I'd like that.
But you've even got the binding. So you've got everything on here, bar the wadding, because you've got the backing fabric, the binding. Bonus fabric, green strip. So it's all there. So that's your elephant, £9.99. And that is only till stock last or midnight, whichever comes soonest. There's only 4 elephants left. That's a right bargain, though, isn't it? It is. That's a little Jules treat, that is. Little treat, because we had her on today. And then finally is the lion one, which is called Extra. You are extra cool. Nice prints on this one. Oh, very safari. Will that be the cheetah that the lionette? Do lions eat cheetahs? I bet they don't.
I don't think so.
I know.
Are they in the same? Yeah, I was going to say. I don't know if they're in the same vicinity.
Probably not then. That's your bonus fabric anyway. Bonus cheetah. So everything is on here exactly the same. You get the instructions, you get the panel, and the best thing about it, the instructions, is that you make one animal from it, but you've got all of the instructions and the templates to use your own fabric to make all 3.
Yep.
So you can make, because Jules made these for her daughters.
Yeah.
So they've got one each.
They've got one each. They've got them up in their rooms.
Have they? Mm-hmm. That's so sweet.
It's cute, isn't it?
Yeah, really cute. You are totally awesome. Love them. Anyway. Right, all of those are now in single figures. So if you want them, yeah, they won't. So if you want to see the demo for them, they're on Christmas Day 2020. Can't believe you did Christmas Day. Very
I did
impressive.
Christmas Day. Yeah, I had an Olaf costume, and I also had a Mrs. Santa costume.
Did you? And you made wall hangings.
Yeah, I can't remember what I made because I was just it was just mad. It was a mad day.
I can imagine. Well, I didn't watch. I was probably too
John
busy.
was in, and I was stood over there with my Olaf cushion, and he just cracked up.
Fantastic. Anyway, if you want to watch, if you bought one of these and if you want to watch the demo, it was on Christmas Day, so that makes it a bit easier, doesn't it? But today, Jules is going to be demoing how to do these fab storage pods. So
I'm going to do the bubble.
You're going to do the bubble ones, aren't you?
I've already made samples of two of the others, and I think we've found some samples of others.
Yes. So the bubble pods, we've got a couple of colourways for this. I like this.
That's the one I'm doing. The one you've got now.
This is the one you're going
sample.
to, right?
No, rubbish. The demo one. Yeah.
So these are designed by Beth Studley. Now, if you've not seen her designs before, they are brilliant. They're really easy to make and they're beautiful. These little pots are gorgeous. You can store so many things in them, from fabric clips to sewing thread to Lego bricks, sweets,
cosmetics,
all sorts of things. Sorry, just blow my nose. All sorts of things. They're really easy to make. Now, we have chosen Christmas fabrics because I'm thinking, well, you could either put Christmas things in them. I mean, they'd be nice to fill with like pine cones or baubles or fairy lights, like a string of those battery lights.
Yeah.
Or nice for a present.
You could put your chocolates in there or your nuts.
Yes. If you've got a tin of chocolates, pour them in.
Because you know what it's like when you open a tin of chocolates, you just like go for the end, don't you?
Yeah.
Whereas you could split it up in those.
You could. Now, in this pack, you get 3 bits of fabric. So that's enough to make both pods, is it? Or more?
Yeah, more.
More?
Yeah, more.
Okay.
All of my demo has been cut out of them. Okay. So I think I've got like
now,
3, 4.
Look at this. I love this. So you get 1/2 metre of this gorgeous fabric. It's a linen cotton mix. So it's got a bit of weight. It's more like a curtain fabric than a quilting fabric. Was it 80% cotton, 20% polyester? Oh. And then look what's printed on it. You've got little gingerbread men, candy canes and fir cones. Look, it's massive as well. So you get 1/2 metre of that one. Then you get 1/2 metre of the gingerbread man one.
He's cool.
Oh, right, it's 80-20 cotton polyester. I thought it had a bit of linen in because it has that linen look. It's a linen colour background. So you've got the gingerbread men all over this one. And then you get 1/2 metre of red and white stripe.
That'll make your screen go whizzy.
Yeah, that makes the screen go funny. Woo! And obviously full instructions. Now, Jules is going to show us how to make these, so you'll know in a minute. But there is enough in here to make several.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Bubble pods.
And you could perhaps have a cushion, like make a cushion as well, you know.
Yes, yeah,
There's
you don't
lots of
have to
bits
use all of that.
No.
Yeah, it'd be nice actually for like little table presents and things, wouldn't they? Love the gingerbread man one. He's gorgeous. So that is kit number 1. And then we have another kit for the bubble pods, which is, what's this one called? Hand-me-down fabric. So again, obviously you get the instructions. And look at these, they're pairs. Pairs and stars. So you get 3 1/2 metres pairs and stars. It's from her 12 Days of Christmas range. So this one has got a lovely muted blue background. This one, really nice beige background, and this one a paler one. They're very, very subtle, tasteful fabrics, beautifully soft as well. So they're from the Annie Downs Christmas range. But they're lovely, aren't they? They'd make brilliant gifts for people. You know, you wouldn't have to buy somebody very much to put in that, would you? In fact, you could split a tin of chocolates across about 4 of these, couldn't you? And it just looks lovely because it's sort of thing.
Mrs. Frugal Christmas.
I've got a little fabric storage cube about this big that I keep in the middle of my kitchen table. It's usually full of fruit salads and things. But that's a lovely gift for somebody, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
So that's the Annie Down Christmas tree one. Loads of you already checking out on that. I hope you're buying some nice chocolate as well to put in it. It's just Yeah, I mean, her fabric is beautiful, isn't it? I love that. So that's the second one. So these are the ones, I'll go through the other kits. These are the ones that Jules is going to be demonstrating for us. We've also got the storage pods.
Which is this one.
Oh, yes. Jules, show us your storage pod then.
Show you storage. I can't say it, but I can show you it.
Mm.
Why has it got underwear? It's not underwear. It's jumpers and pyjama leggings and.
No, there's definitely a bra and pants on here.
Oh yes.
So this is a storage pod that you'd hang up, and then you could put anything in, couldn't you?
And you've got a little. These are really good. You know, in your kitchen where you get those, like the bars that we have here.
Yes.
Where you put all your utensils on them. You could put something, in there.
Loads of different things.
Loads of
Kids'
stuff.
room, sewing
It's quite
room, kitchen.
quite deep. It's how deep's that? Oh, I'm still on my centimetre. Oh no, I'm on my inches now. It's about 8 inches, 8 or 9 inches deep.
Okay.
And
so it's a message.
4 or
Message
5
from
inches
Joanne.
wide.
I have made lots of these pods and store my insulin needles in one and my glucose reader in another. Really fun to make.
Oh.
Well, it's quite nice to put something utilitarian like that in something
In a
pretty.
nice thing.
Yeah. Well, it reminds you because you can see into it. I mean, it'd be ideal for filling with like cotton wool balls, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
All sorts of things. Anyway, in this kit, you've got the instructions and then you've got 2.5 meters of fabric. I love this one. It's knitting. Of course, I like it. That's lovely. So it's actual knitting stitches. But then this fabric, this is the funny one. I love this. So what is this one called?
So I worked with it and I didn't realise it got underwear
It's
on it.
called Warm Wishes and Mistletoe Kisses. I absolutely love it. There's so much detail when you look at it. You get 1/2 metre of this. So you've got balls of wool. You've got like leggings, socks. It says Hygge Stay Snow. You've got a teapot, hot chocolate, a tea bag. Is that holly? It's all sort of warm and cosy, cuddly, lovely things. And snowmen, cup of tea, and then a bra and pants.
I worked with that and I realised.
And I'm wondering whether or not the bra and the point of that is maybe because lots of people give people underwear for Christmas.
Yeah.
I don't know what's the reason for that.
Well, what was the other name of it? Mistletoe Kisses or something? Maybe
Yes.
That's getting a bit. Ooh,
Oh, maybe that's it
we're
then.
pre-watershed. We can't say any more.
So you get 1/2 metre of each of those, and there's enough there to make more than one.
Yes.
But you can choose which one you have on the outside and which one on the inside. But that's a lovely thing. Really nice. Well, you could have it, keep it yourself, but would make a lovely gift. That's the storage pods. We've also got the storage pods in another fabric. So 2 fabrics again, 2.5 metres. This one, there's some snow globes. Like that one.
That's nice.
That's nice, isn't it? You've got, see, that would look lovely. That's so Christmassy, isn't it? You've got one with the Christmas pudding in it, and a tree, and the polar bear, the magic snowflake. So that's one of the fabrics. And then the other fabric is this sort of red mottled one. But, wouldn't these be lovely? Put them by the front door, put gloves, kids' gloves that you're always losing, keys.
Yeah.
Yesterday I walked the dog and for the first time I needed gloves.
Yeah.
Because I
And you
came
hadn't
home
taken
and I
them
could barely feel my hands and I'm thinking, should have had gloves by the front door.
Should have.
But that's the first time this year that I've really wished I'd taken a pair of gloves with me.
You've done quite well till now.
I know, I'm sure it's normally a bit earlier than this. My hands were absolutely freezing. But if I had one of these on a hook like this by the front door, put my gloves in.
Yeah.
Right, and that's it for the storage pods, isn't it? Then we've got the lace-up front ones, the lovely pouch. Jules, show us yours.
Shows me pouch.
That's lovely, isn't it? So that sort of laces up.
So on the front piece, I've done buttonholes here.
Yeah.
In a contrast red. But you can, if you've got an eyelet setter, you can put eyelets in there if you want to.
Okay.
Depends how funky you want to make it and how obvious you want to make it. And the collar goes, you can turn it up or down.
Oh, so depending on what you put in it.
Yeah, you could have it shallower or further up if you wanted to. But again, that's quite a deep, there's plenty of room to put
lovely,
stuff.
isn't it? And I do like the lacing on it.
Yeah.
It's really unusual.
And the lace, you could use a proper lace if you wanted to.
Oh, you could, couldn't you?
But this is actually just a piece of fabric.
Oh, right. So you could like use a shoelace or a bit of piping cord.
Yeah, you could if you wanted to.
Oh, I like that. So in this kit, this is the one that Jules has used. You get the Christmas unicorn, because he's got poinsettias around him, and then you get the poinsettias and leaves, foliage. 19.99. Oh, obviously the instructions as well. So you can make several pouches with that kit there. Phew!
You'll get more than one out of it, but also you'll be left with a few little off-cutty bits.
Oh, okay.
And I thought those would be quite nice if you wanted to make little hair bobbles for a girl with those, or a Christmas card, you know, the snow globe one.
Oh, that's true.
You could use a fabric
because you've got
Christmas
bits
card.
left over,
Yeah,
haven't you?
yeah.
I love those. Right, then we've got one more kit, a lovely pouch, but this one, oh, this is very nice, isn't it?
It's a bit chic.
This is just subtle Christmas. So you've got lovely spots in the background. Shall I open it out? And then beautiful presents in sort of shades of like a slaty blue and coral. And then you've got that lovely, this second fabric, half metre of this one. That's holly. Is this Annie down? Oh, yes. Could tell. Really beautiful. So there we go. Got all of that to choose from. So, Jules, you're going to show us how to make the bubble pods.
Yes. We're doing bubble pods
Fab.
today.
Right, where do we start then?
So
they
the first
look
thing,
lovely.
Decide whether you know which one you want on the outside, which one you want on the inside. So I've done a mixture of them both, so you get an idea as to what's what as we're going along.
Right.
In all of Beth's patterns, they start in a fairly similar way. So if you've done one, you'll be familiar, but if you haven't done any, it's very straightforward.
What wadding do you use?
So on this one, I've got H640.
Oh, that's that iron-on stuff.
You do not need an iron-on.
Right.
It's what I had. So you can use the H640 if
that's
you want to.
That's the one that we've got there on screen.
Yeah.
Is the H6. So
H640,
because we always go H640. If you don't know what H640 is, it's iron-on one side.
Yeah,
that's all.
You don't actually have to iron it on, but what I would do is if you are thinking that you will press it at some point, I would have the iron bit towards the outer lining as opposed to the inner. But you don't have to use it to iron on. If you've got some lightweight wadding, that's fine. Depending on how heavy the wadding is and how much you quilt it, it will depend on how much the pod will stand up.
Oh,
so
okay.
if you want a very secure standy-uppy pod, use a slightly heavier weight wadding and quilt it a bit more, if that makes sense.
So you need 20 by 14 inches of wadding, so that's more than enough.
Yeah.
Okay. But any wadding will do.
Any wadding will do. Probably the one that I wouldn't use, and the reason I wouldn't use this is because you are quilting it a lot, and you might have issues with your machine, is the Polly Doodle.
The really polyester.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's very open and
Right.
a lot of the fibres go down underneath your feed dog if you're not careful.
Okay.
So that's probably what I wouldn't use,
Right.
but any of the others should be fine.
Okay.
So with Beth, she always gives you templates that are full size. You might have to do
Nice.
something with them, but they are full size. So you can either use them off your pattern, perfectly acceptable, or you can photocopy them if you are using them yourself. So what I did was I photocopied them because I don't ever disturb any of the patterns that we've got here. And then there's a little piece here that says join with sticky tape. So
Well, it's quite nice, or you can trace them, couldn't
Yes,
you?
you could.
I'm a bit like you.
You
I
don't.
just think it's a shame to.
Yes, I never kind of cut my
Somebody
patterns
said
apart.
to me once that they trace them on interfacing. I thought that was a really
Yes.
good idea.
Yeah, you could do
like
that.
the heavier weight stuff, because then it's like a permanent pattern.
Yeah.
You can see through it. I thought
Yeah, smart.
smart
Yeah.
idea.
So trace all your bits off, first of all. And then what you're going to do is you're going to have your fabric and you're going to cut an outer, an inner and your wadding. So you decide which way round you want it to be. So in this case, I've got both of those. I'm going to use both of those, and I'm going to use the lining, the red and white candy stripes, as the trims on it. So as I say, choose which is your inner and which is your outer. and then you'll place them all together. So you want your outer right sides up, your wadding in between, and then your inner right sides down. So you're making a sandwich with wrong sides in the middle. And you think, hang on, that's not right, is it? But it is, because you're going to quilt this and then you're going to cut into this. So the way that Beth has suggested quilting this is to do it in kind of squares. So go down the long edges first and then across the way.
Okay, so you quilt it before you cut it all out.
Yeah, and the suggestion is to do it about an inch apart or thereabouts.
Right.
And wiggle as you go down, which I always like.
I like that.
Yeah.
No accuracy not required.
No
Love
accuracy
that.
necessary. So yeah, we love doing all of that. And the way that I do it, not that I should tell you how to wiggle, however, but what I do is I do the like left hand, right hand, wiggling up and down. So I'm not pushing through the fabric. Oh, I've gone through his tummy.
Why does she say you to do it like this?
Because it means that the fabric has got structure once you've done it, but also I think it's so that you can play around.
Oh, okay.
So that you, I mean, on all of her fabric patterns, she'll do a quilting of some sort. So it might just be generalised wiggly lines or whatever. And I think it's so that you don't get frightened about doing anything like free motion, because essentially this is a sort of free motion. You could practice,
but it doesn't have to be.
It's not prescriptive, as they say.
Because often you do free motion, like on the outside of a quilt, but it's a bit neater than just that, isn't it?
Yeah, and do you know what?
Scary.
If you wanted to, what you could do is you could practice some of your free motion. So if you think, well, I'd like to do a feather pattern, for example, and I'm not really sure where to start, I'll get myself a template or I'll draw a feather pattern on and I'll do it. Then you can just like
it's a
create
really
yourself up.
Yeah, that's true actually.
And who's going to know what it is? You
because
just
really,
do it how you want
this is
it.
just a way of creating a structured fabric, isn't it?
So you go across the way. I did long ends first. What I would do, so I went bottom to top, top to bottom, and I'd alternate as you go, and then go from top to bottom on the short edges. I tried not to run over the gingerbread man too often. I've got this thing about cutting the heads off and stuff like that, you know. I can't do that. No, I've got to do it this way around. So that's what you're going to do. I'm not going to do any more, just because you understand what I'm talking about now. Okay, so the next thing, once you've quilted all the way across, you say you get this kind of like squidgy square. And to be honest, when you've got it hanging up or whatever, you're not really going to see whether the lines are accurately an inch apart or whatever. So just feel kind of a bit free about it. The next thing that you do is pin your pattern on. Now, initially, these darts won't be cut out, but pin your pattern on, cut your darts out prior to pinning your pattern on, and then, where did I put it? There it is. What you'll do is you'll mark your darts. So the thing that you've just got to be careful of is that the ends are important. The middle's not important at the minute. So just make sure that the fabric is covered pretty much. The thing about when you quilt, we have got exactly the same size top, lining and wadding. When you quilt, you would normally have the top and then a slightly bigger wadding and back. We're not doing that here. It doesn't really matter, but if you've got a full-size quilt, then it matters a little bit more. So I put a few pins in and then mark all of your dots. So just draw down them. So this would be, I'm drawing it on the opposite side now, but this would be your lining side that you draw the darts on.
Okay, so you don't draw on the whole template, just the darts?
I'm drawing the darts first because I find that when you cut it out, it's easier if you've had the darts, you can replace it then.
Right.
Just got more kind of purchase on it. So just mark them all along. And once you've done that, then you'll cut out, and you can use a rotary cutter or you can use your scissors, doesn't matter. Now you cut around the template. Do not cut the darts out. Okay? Around the template.
I didn't read the instructions first. You know, I actually think I'd probably cut around the template and think, oh, that's
I'm going in and out, going there. Do not.
Yeah. And I was thinking, why are you only marking the darts and not,
Yeah. So that's where it will take you to. Obviously, do it nice and accurately.
Oh, but I've opened the instructions. There's pictures, though.
There's pictures.
There's a good picture of not cutting round the darts.
Yeah.
So even if you haven't read the instructions,
you should still be fine. Okay, so that's what you're left with. Obviously, cut both sides. Take all your pins out. Make a note of which is the top. So the top is where my gingerbreads are standing up.
Right.
Simple as that.
But if your fabric is multi-directional, you'll still need to mark the top.
Well, you just need to decide which way up the top's going to be. Because if you see, the top is more out of it than the bottom. If I put there, it's a different shape. So you've got to decide which is your top. I found it very easy on this. Bit of a no-brainer. If they were standing up, it was the top. So that's your first bit, and now we're going to make the darts. So this is another it's a skill that you need if you're making stuff like sewing clothes and stuff like that. But here it's used as something to make the structure of the piece that you've got. So it's going to be a bit difficult to see because of the whizzy lines that you get with the TV, but I've got my darts all marked on this side. So the way that I would do a dart, if you put your pin either side going down the V of the dart, like that, and then just match your pins up. I tend to put my finger underneath, roll it around my finger, find where my point is, match the pins, take a pin out and put it at the bottom of the dart.
And I guess that keeps the inside flat by doing that rolling thing.
And then I know that's what I've got to stitch. So if I'm marking them all, I have to say that I don't usually mark them all, but if I was marking them all, I'd do that with all of them and then sew them all.
Brilliant.
But once you've got it in that position, you take it to your machine and starting at the top, so the raw edges, and your darts will be on the lining side. So decide in advance if you're using two pieces like this, if you don't want the darts to, if you want the gingerbread men to be on the outside, you need to mark the other side. You can equally have the same fabric inside and outside and just do a contrast around the edges with the candy stripe. But again, I'm going to the next one. And as you go along, you'll find that the fabric starts to kind of tighten up, if you like, and curl around. So it'll curl in the direction of the darts. And you're just lining it up at the top.
Oh, so that one you've got the candy stripe on the inside.
Yeah. And there's lots of darts because it's a bowl shape. Beth's really good at her construction. She understands how it all comes together.
It's fantastic,
so you don't have to think about it.
I know, but that's the joy, isn't it?
Yes.
That she's done all the maths and the hard work.
Yeah.
And
there's some long darts and some short darts, so make sure that you've got long darts and short darts. Hence the reason why sewing around it is good. No, marking around it is good, sorry. I was sewing. And having a machine that cuts the thread is perfect. I haven't got one at home.
Have you not?
It is on my wish list.
I think it should be.
Yeah. Lots of things on my wish list, but however. If
I
had
top
a choice,
of your wish list? What's top of mine?
Well, definitely a thread cutting machine is top of my wish list. You can take all the other. I quite like a needle threader as well, but you know I can still thread the needle.
Yeah, my
thankfully.
needle threader's sort of bent a bit. I need to go and get it serviced, but I haven't got time because I need the machine every day, so that's not good.
That's always the challenge.
What's top of your sewing gadget wish list, other than a new machine?
I'd quite like, and I'd quite one of the plastic eyelet popper setters. Yeah.
There's
yeah, I haven't got one of those
snap
yet.
things.
Yes, I haven't got one of those yet. I'd quite like one of those.
Okay.
Jess, if you're looking at me doing a demo.
Yeah. A cam snap kit.
A cam snap
Box
kit.
of 100 snaps with, but yeah.
Yeah.
What's the top of mine? I
So
can't
easily
decide
pleased.
between an overlocker.
You see, I've gone for something that's like £25. You've got
Or
350.
I really quite fancy that EQ8 quilting, computer quilting package, but it's about 250 quid. Isn't
Have
it?
you been talking to Stuart? Because he was talking to me about that.
I've seen it a lot, and I've seen other people use.
But I quite like
a new cutting mat.
Yeah,
Really would like
big
it.
one. What big one?
Do you know? Did you see that one that we had on the other day?
No.
Have we got any of those left, Hannah?
Oh, not one of the grey
It
ones.
was massive. It was like the size of the table. Really, actually.
Yeah, I've seen
I've
one
had
on
my cutting mat for I
size of an
think
elephant.
over 20 years. And
Oh
I-
no, mine's not that old, but it's it could do with a bath.
But John had one on there the other day. Oh, Hannah's going to find it. And it honestly was as big as this table.
If it's the grey one,
It
there's
comes
a-
direct
there was a-
from the supplier
oh,
at no extra cost.
ooh,
How much is it then?
no extra.
Oh, yes, you don't pay P&P, but it's
Did you pay for it, though?
massive. Hannah's going to find it for me in a minute,
Oh.
so I can add it to my Christmas list.
So this is what you get, and it looks like a bit of underwear.
It
actually,
does
but
actually.
not my size, I have to say. But there we go. So that's what it's like. So the next thing that you're going to do is you're going to sew the two sides together. Now, shock horror probe, you're going to sew them so it's lining to lining.
Ooh.
Don't
Ooh.
think you've gone wrong because
Oh my God, Hannah's
it
found.
shows you. Wow,
Oh,
that's a cutting mat and
I
three
haven't
halves.
seen
that
it.
is.
I'd only seen it on the TV, but not in real life.
Oh. As they disappear.
Oh, I tell you what.
We'll
See,
just
well,
carry
bearing in
on.
mind that I've had mine for over 20 years,
That's
I
massive.
think I'd be quite warranted and have a look at this.
I think you'd be quite injured if you dropped
I mean,
that
look
on
at
yourself. That's a table. That's not a cutting mat, is
my
it?
Lord, that would make such a difference.
Yes.
I
That's
have
on
to
your top of your
suddenly, I have to sometimes turn my cutting mat the other way. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have it quite as bumpy as
Yeah.
it's lying on top of all the kits. £169.99. See, over 20 years.
But you know that's worth it if you do lots and lots. 'cause
Which I do.
The most infuriating thing is when you've got your fabric
Split
and you've
pay.
got to go all the way along and you
Yeah.
can only go halfway and then you juggle it.
And I've got oilcloth under my table beneath, and I've cut lots of holes in that. Oh, look,
You've now got sieve-like oilcloth.
156.66 split pay, 2 equal.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. That might have just gone on my Christmas.
And it comes
list.
directly from home. This very nice.
Direct from where?
Oh my gosh! So you pay £3.95 P&P for this?
What? That's so good.
Except if you lived in the Highlands and Islands.
Oh, well, we'd have to go on holiday to Scotland to get one.
There are a few exclusions as to
Darling.
where they'll send it. Highlands and Islands. Oh, but actually, yes, but they still will send it, but you might have to pay a bit more. But other than that,
You might get a nice Scottish
that
guy.
is, I tell you what, that is above an overlocker for me.
Yeah,
Cheaper as well.
cheaper than an
Cheaper
overlocker.
than an overlocker.
And you'd use it a lot more than an overlocker because you use it every time you cut, wouldn't you? Whereas an overlocker you don't use.
Because I have got the biggest cutting mats, which is that size, isn't it? That is pretty much the
Yeah,
biggest.
I've only got half this size.
But that's definitely what I want for Christmas. All I want for Christmas is a really, really, really big cutting mat
Forget your teeth.
and no teeth. I like that.
So what we've done is we've decided which is our outside. We've folded it together and we've sewn on the outside. So you're left with a raw seam. You say, don't worry, fret not.
I know.
Beth-
I felt like you were doing some kind of
Beth
French
has
seam
thought
then.
it all through. So you've got another little template on there, which is for your binding, but you've also got the measurements for this binding here. So what you do is you cut out your little binding which fits just along here, and you iron down 1/4 inch on each side very neatly. So this is your neat outside edge. And then what you do is you pin it along your seam.
I guess, yeah, because you can't line. It's not like one of those things where you put the lining in, turn it right sides out because it's all quilted together.
Yeah.
So that's why you
Exactly.
have to bind the lining.
So
Nice.
you're going to pin that all the way down the seam. Now, did I do one, or I've still got to pin?
But it looks neat though, doesn't it?
It looks neat, yeah, because it will be. It is neat at the end of it. Sorry, I've gone on to my other.
Here's one I did earlier.
Yeah, well, but I didn't. I just got to that stage. I didn't think I'd get to that stage sewing. So here we go.
I don't know why.
I don't know why. Right, okay, so you just have to line it up. And
You
what
got 5 minutes.
Oh, blooming heck. Sorry, blooming heck.
Blooming heck.
So what you'll do, I'll be talking through the next stages.
Jules will be explaining.
I'll be explaining. That's because whenever I'm on with you, we're always doing chatter.
I know, but we're talking about our ultimate Christmas present.
Yes.
I hope you've moved your cam snap kit onto the largest cutting mat in the world.
Yes, I have.
Well, I'd quite like a cam snap kit, to be honest.
Well,
So-
that can be my second
Yeah.
choice. And then this one's got, well, this could be my big present, couldn't it? And then the cam snack could be my little stocking filler, couldn't it?
And I'm going to have a new rotor cutting ruler at the same time because I've had mine, again, for about 20 years, and it's not a creative grid, so it doesn't have as much grip around the edge.
I dropped mine the other day. I thought, oh, that's it.
What, you dropped your cutting with what?
I dropped my ruler the other day.
What happened?
Well, I thought it was going to smash, but it didn't. It hit my foot,
I've
nearly
dropped
broke my
mine
foot.
loads of times. It's never smashed.
No, but, you know,
Can they?
yeah,
Oh.
they can. Well, the ones that I've got, they're not shatterproof, so. Before I knew better. So, right, so you need to sew either side. So that will give you a nice finish to your outside edge. And then the next thing that you're going to do is you're going to put your binding on. So you cut out your binding, you iron down.
And is that in the lining? Binding?
Yes.
Right.
In your contrast. I mean, if you'd made it in the red, you might contrast it with the,
Oh,
with the other
okay.
one. couldn't you? You could do whatever you want. And then what you're going to do is you're going to sew your binding all the way around. So you clip it. So all the way around. But this edge here, once you've sewn it on, as you turn it over, it's a nice even edge. It's a nice neat edge that you're going to finish on the inside. So you slip stitch it. Or you can, if you want to, if you're careful with how you sew, you can sew it so it stays within the seam and you can secure it that way.
Right.
But you can either slip stitch it or sew it around. So it's a similar sort of thing to this. I'll show you what I mean. So on here,
Yeah.
as
yeah.
you've gone around, you've sewn that and then you've turned it over and then you slip stitched on the inside.
Right.
Okay. So that's what you do. That's the next thing that you'll do. So moving on. So here we go. So that was attaching the top binding, but you'll see there, that's your seam that we've sewn on. You'll also need to do a base. So your base, you've got a template, which is again in there. You'll quilt your base. So just exactly as we did at the very beginning.
Wiggly quilting.
Wiggly quilting. You see what it, kind of how it shapes it along. And then what you'll do is you'll cut out that base.
Perfect.
Okay, so we'll do that. So that is what we have in the end. Next thing you do, now this is the, I suppose this is the, one of the challenging bits. This is probably the most challenging bit, but it's not, if you see what I mean. Make sure you know where your base is. Have your outside on the inside. That's important. And have your outside facing your outside.
Yes.
That's also important. So what you'll be doing is you'll be stitching them both together around here. The reason it's tricky is because it's a circle. So when you're pinning it, you need to ease the darts that you've made around the circle.
Right. That makes sense.
Do not... Yes, he's standing up. I was just looking to make sure that I was putting it on the base and my gingerbread man is standing up. So I know I'm putting it on the base. Don't cut anything until you make sure that it will or it won't fit. When I first did this, I was merrily just watching TV doing it, and I thought, that base doesn't fit. So I lopped some off it. But I wasn't fitting the base to the base. I was trying to fit it around the top. So it was not fitting. So don't cut anything. It will fit.
It will fit.
Yes.
And if it doesn't, it's because you're putting it on the wrong bit.
Yeah. So
Right.
you pin it all the way around. Now the reason that I say this is the tricky bit is because you've now got to get this under your machine to sew it around.
You've got a minute.
Okay, well, I'm
Just
probably
one.
not going to sew. But, so you need to sew it all the way around.
Right, okay.
Once you've sewn it all the way around, you're fine. Then you will do another set of binding.
In the same way.
In the same way. So you'll be attaching it, and then you've got one edge that's sewn over, that's folded over, attach the unfolded edge, roll it over, slip stitch it all around in the middle. And then the final thing that you'll do is the tab at the top, which
To hang
is
him up.
simply
You must have about 5 of these bits.
yeah, a little bit of wadding. You see how far it's gone though?
I know, you've done loads of bits.
A little bit of wadding inside this. So you fold it over, wadding inside, fold it together. You've got a piece here which you stitch down. You stitch in the ends. So you've made like a little hanging loop which will look like that. You measure 1 inch from the edge, you fold it over and sew it again, and then that is what fits onto the back of your pod. Comme ça. Like that.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much. That's been
Look
marvellous.
at all the bits.
You've got to go home and finish all of these now.
Yes.
And fill them with chocolate.
Oh, yeah, well, there you go. There
Yeah.
might not be any chocolate.
Because you've got loads of bits, haven't
So
you?
sorry about that rushy along, but hopefully
No,
that
no,
explains all the bits.
I think actually that first bit about the wiggly quilting and the cutting and the darts was really, really
as
useful.
I say, I think that the most challenging bit, don't think you've gone wrong when you fit the bottom on.
If you have, you've pinned it to the wrong bit.
Yes.
Brilliant. So when do you win this with the
I'm
slip,
back
I think?
on the 13th of December.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's only a couple of weeks,
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
not long. Yeah.
I know, it sounds like it's miles away, but it's not, because we're nearly December soon, aren't we?
Yeah, well, it's the 22nd today, November. So, okay. Right, well, we'll see you then.
Yes.
See you then.
See you then. Bye.
Thank you. That's been fab. So if anyone's looking for ideas for Jules' shopping, Christmas shopping, she would like a cam snap set. But other than that, so let's just go through the kit. The bundle that Jules is working with, in that you get the instructions for the bubble pods. You get a 1/2 metre of this gorgeous like linen effect, and it's heavier. It's like a curtain weight fabric, not like super heavy, but a curtain weight fabric with the gingerbread men and the candy canes, and you get 1/2 metre of the one with the gingerbread men on, and then you get 1/2 metre of this very festive candy cane stripe. And there's enough there to make several bubble pods. And obviously, once you've got the instructions and everything, you know, you could use all of these fabrics and team them with some that's from your stash as well. Make them go even further. Make a cushion. Use your own fabrics and use the gingerbread men for a cushion, because I love that. Right, so that's that one. We've also got the bubble pods kit with the gorgeous Annie Downs Christmas fabric. This one is the most popular bundle. It's beautiful though, I love it. It's got little pears on. So you've got 3 1/2 metres of this fabric that's got little pears and little stars on. It's beautiful, soft, really soft colours. Like soft Christmas colours of blues, beiges, greens. You know, even the red is a really lovely soft, like a raspberry red. It's gorgeous. So you get those 3 fabrics, 1/2 metre of each, and obviously you get the pattern, $18.99. So perfect for Christmas gifts, or to use it for your Christmas decorations, storage. Perfect. We've also got kits for the storage pods, which are the same as the bubble pods, but they're just sort of taller and thinner. They do the same thing, but they're just taller and thinner. We've got the one here that has the gorgeous snow globes. Is that the one you've got in? Oh, sorry. I was just like busily unpacking things, wasn't looking at the TV screen. Right. This one has got lovely, I love the snow globes, and it's got like a dotted star behind it. And then you get 1/2 metre of the red, it's not a plain, it's a mottled. So I think they would look lovely both ways round. And then, like Jules was saying, any leftovers you've got of these, the snow globes themselves, they're lovely to use them on their own. Actually, this fabric could be really nice for making, little Christmas table present bags. So that's the storage pods. And then the other storage pod kit, which is the one that Jules was showing you, she made a sample of that. That's got, obviously, the instructions. Oh, there's... not that one. Between Hannah and I and Emma, we're getting ourselves really confused. We're all talking about different things. So this is the storage pod that's got, you get 1/2 metre of this fabric that's got knitting on it. I love that. And then 1/2 metre of this gorgeous, snuggly, Christmassy, wintry fabric with bars and pants, which I love. Cosy. Oh, yes. And if you wondered why I've got this beautiful new table of my dream present, I saw this on air the other day. John was doing it, and it is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? It comes direct to you from home. So it is like, I was saying my cutting mat I've had for honestly over 20 years. It's getting to the point now I really need a new one, and I love it. Now, they will, you buy it direct from us with the normal £3.95 P&P, but they will contact you because it gets sent direct from home with the delivery time and details. Because it's £169.99, it is £3. If you want to split it, not because it would cost you any more, there won't be any interest charge, but some people prefer to spread the payments. You can do 3 equal payments of £56.66. One will be taken out now, but you will be sent it. You haven't got to wait to pay all of them, and then you'll pay the other 2 payments. But this is such an investment. You know what it's like if you're cutting a width of fabric in half. You can't always get the whole thing across it. You can, it just covers the whole table. It's a really good way of protecting your table. I keep cutting my tablecloth all the time. I have never seen a cutting mat this big. It's gorgeous, isn't it? With the delivery, there are a few exceptions depending on where you live. So if you live in the Highlands and Islands, you will need to contact Horn Direct. They will be able to sort out delivery, but it might just cost you a bit more. But honestly, if you want to invest in a decent cutting mat, this is the king. I really want one of these. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. If you use it all the time, if you're constantly cutting and you need it, and there's never enough. I always have to sort of cut my strips of fabric. I was cutting out the fabric for the bird quilt, and then move them all off onto a different table to then cut them into pieces. But if I had a cutting mat like this, I could have done it all in one go. Marvellous. Anyway, thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street. It's been an absolute pleasure. Love doing the birds and working with Jules again. Tomorrow, don't go anywhere because we're about to have Yarn Lane, so we'll talk about that in a minute. But tomorrow, 8 o'clock, it's back. Black tag offers. They're obviously secret because it's not telling me anything about them. 9 o'clock, Catherine Wright is on with Leicestershire Craft Centre patterns. 10 o'clock, more black tag offers. 11 o'clock, the K Facet Gathering No Moss Delft quilt that Catherine's going to demonstrate. Oh, I haven't seen that one. I'll have to have a look and see if I can find that one. I saw the one she did the other day. And then at 12 o'clock, more black tag offers. So tomorrow is going to be great. Loads of offers, and you've got some really good shows there with Catherine. That'll be fab. But coming up is Yarn Lane. Now, if you're watching me on the TV, you don't need to go anywhere. We'll just move over to Yarn Lane. If you're watching me on Facebook or on the website, you need to go on to www.yarnlane.com. If you are already a Sewing Street customer, your account will still transfer over to Yarn Lane. If you've already bought something, there is only one P&P and it covers Sewing Street and Yarn Lane together. So if you've already bought something on Sewing Street, it will cross over to Yarn Lane. We have got Denny from I Knit Designs. Her designs are absolutely beautiful. She designs everything herself. We work with her to create the printing of the patterns, and we bought all the yarn to make the kits. We've got some beautiful children's knits that go from babies all the way up to sort of older, younger children, not like teenagers. And her designs are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And she's a real expert knitter. Her demonstrations are great. So if you've never watched Yarn Lane before, if you haven't knitted for years, if you think you'd like to have a go at knitting, or you want some more inspiration, just stay with us for another hour. You might love it. If you're new to Yarn Lane, if you're a regular Yarn Lane visitor, I have got my next 4 blocks for the Yarn Lane Mystery Christmas Cow, just to show you for 5 minutes. Because we're launching it every Monday at 6 a.m. So I've got those to show. Anyway, I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time for an hour filled with knitting.